thought we were ready. Good morning. Sir, if I can have you come up to the witness stand. And before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness, okay? Please have you raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if you can please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Troy Bonnell, last name Bonnell.
Thank you. Let me advise the jurors that Mr. Bonnell has a pending criminal case. He's represented by his attorney, who's present in the gallery, that he has the right to invoke his right to remain silent under the Fifth Amendment. The prosecution has authorized or applied for use immunity of his testimony, and the court has approved that application for use immunity. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bonnell, where were you living in February of 2020?
In Greeley on County Road 45.
Okay, and do you recall the exact address?
Yeah, 26712 County Road 45, Greeley.
Can you describe that property?
It's 13 acres, and it runs parallel with County Road 45. Backs up to County Road 45 and a half.
What was your phone number at that time?
970-518-8324.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 7.
Sure.
Mr. Bonnell, if I could just have you look to your right there on the screen. Is that an aerial photograph of your property as it appeared in February of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is the house or the living quarters for this property on the photograph?
Can you get him the pointer? It should be. Is it not there?
It's on the phone. I'm going to take that pointer and kind of point to the living quarters or the house on that property.
So my house is right here.
Okay. And where's Weld County Road 45?
It's runs this direction.
Okay, for the record.
Yes.
For the record, you've pointed to the road that is on the far left, upper left-hand corner of the exhibit. And as to the house, you pointed to the structure that is furthest left on that exhibit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then we can see another building just to the lower right of the house. What is that?
That's the garage shop.
Okay. And is that garage attached to the house or separate?
Separate.
Okay. And then north or above the garage on that photograph, we can see some red boxes. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are shipping containers.
Otherwise known as Connex boxes?
Connexes.
Okay. Approximately what size are those? Do you know?
Well, there's two different sizes. I believe at that time, I believe there was two 28-footers and then a couple 40-footers.
Okay. And so big enough to store a lot of things for humans to walk in and out of upright. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another smaller white building to the right of the Connex boxes. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the pump house.
Pump house?
Yeah, the well.
Okay.
Well house.
And for water on the property?
Yes. Yeah.
then as we move north of or further up the diagram, beyond the connex boxes, or the L shape that is the connex boxes, we can see a darker structure toward the top of that diagram. Is that still on your property?
You're referring to this?
Yes. Do you recognize?
I believe it's the pond.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hard. Well, I can't really see this, to be honest with you.
You want to sketch out this better look, you're welcome to.
Maybe I could grab it actually. So, okay, there's the pond.
So yes. This,
I think he's okay with that.
Do you recognize the darker area above
yes.
the connex box?
Yes, this is it's a welder's hooch. It's a metal structure that was being used for a burn pit.
And that's a three-sided metal structure, is that correct?
Yes.
And we can see it, but just for reference, approximately how far is that burn pit structure from your house? You can estimate for us.
So I would say at least 350 yards, maybe?
Is everything that we're looking at on People's Exhibit 7, is that your property?
Yes.
Who was living at that property on February 16th of 2020?
Just myself.
Okay. And sir, what did you do for a living at that time?
I owned a trucking company.
What did the trucking company do, or what was it involved in?
So we hauled goods for the drilling rigs on the Front Range.
Oil drilling?
Particularly Halliburton product.
Okay. And did you have trucks at various times on the property associated with that business?
Yes.
Did the business run out of that property, or was there a separate place?
Yes. They were at the property.
Okay.
I had 2 trucks.
And are these semis?
Yes.
And how long what was the name of that company?
Bonnell Field Services.
And how long had Bonnell Field Services been operating?
Since 2016.
Okay. Had you been in the oil field business generally longer than that?
Yeah.
Did you know a person by the name of Kevin Eastman at that time?
Yes.
Do you see that person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing and where
I
he's seated?
object to the reference of pointing to him. I just asked the witness, describes his clothing.
What is he wearing?
A blue shirt with black glasses.
And is he at the counsel table behind me?
Excuse me?
Is he at the counsel table behind me?
Yes.
The people would the people would ask that the court note that, for the record, that the witness has identified the defendant.
Very well.
Do you recall when you first met Kevin Eastman?
Vaguely. I mean,
Do you recall the circumstances or setting in which you met him?
I believe it was through a mutual friend that was employed at a oil field company that I used to work for.
Okay, so you met him through your occupation, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And do you recall approximately when that would have been?
Geez, I want so 2015.
Okay. And do you recall what company Kevin Eastman was working for at that time?
I don't. I don't.
To your knowledge, did Kevin Eastman ever work for Cyclone?
Yes.
Okay, and is that an oil field company?
It's a drilling company.
Okay. At some point after meeting him around 2015, did you employ Kevin Eastman?
Yes.
When did that begin? The first time?
It was in 2016.
And what did he do for you?
He was a diesel mechanic.
And did he work on the trucks for Bonnell Field Services?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall approximately how long he did that in 2016?
Maybe four months.
Okay. And again, would he have come to the property that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay, so was he familiar with that property?
Yes.
Did the property look the same in 2016 as it did in the photograph that you just observed and as it did in 2020?
Minus maybe some landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the defendant live with you in 2016 when you employed him?
No.
During the time that you employed Kevin Eastman, did you come to know a woman by the name of Heather Frank?
Yes.
How did you get to know her? Or how did you meet her?
I met her when I met Kevin.
Okay. In what context did you have interactions with Heather Frank prior to 2020?
It was just basically through work. Her friend at the time that worked for the company that I worked for, they were friends, and so that's how I ended up meeting Kevin.
Did Kevin and Heather Frank live together back in 2016, to your knowledge?
I believe so.
Did you ever have to pick up or drop off Kevin when he worked for you?
On occasion, yes.
And did you meet Heather at that time as well?
Yes.
And did you learn where she lived?
Yes.
Now, moving forward to 2020, specifically the beginning of 2020, at that time were you in need of a mechanic?
Yes.
And so I'm talking about the time frame of January of 2020 into early February 2020. Did you and Kevin talk at that time about you re-employing him in that capacity?
Yes.
How did those conversations arise?
It was through a phone call.
Who called
Heather? I received a phone call from Kevin, and I hadn't heard from him for maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay. And what was the substance of that phone call?
That he had been working on the western slope, I believe for his sister.
Do you recall where his sister lived?
I think he said Parachute. That's where the house was, I believe, that he was working on.
Describe the rest of that phone call.
Long time no here. I'm in town. I'm going to be in town. I need a job. This job's not paying me. Can you put me to work?
And do you recall when that phone call took place? That first phone call?
Not exactly, no. I mean, it would have been in February, I believe.
And how did you respond to his request for employment?
Well, at the time I needed, I had a Ford F-550 that needed diesel work. And so I offered to employ him at the ranch under the pretense that we were going to get my F-550 fixed.
And was there some kind of agreement reached as to pay and living arrangements and the
No
like?
living arrangements, just pay. We had discussed $100 per day. Basically, we matched what my previous employee was making.
And who was that previous employee?
Armando Gallegos.
And at the point that you were talking to Kevin in January or early February of 2020, was Armando still working for you?
No.
Based on that phone call, what was your understanding about when Kevin would arrive to start working on this truck?
Well, I'm pretty sure, I don't have the exact dates or in my head, really, I don't.
And I understand
I remember it was
2.5 years, right?
Yeah, I think it was early February.
Okay. Do you recall telling investigators during the course of this case that you expected him to arrive specifically on February 4th of 2020?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
And did Kevin arrive at that time?
No.
Did he arrive in the few days after that time?
I want to say it was like a week later.
Okay. And did that cause you some frustration?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I had a trucking company that was down one truck, and I needed to get the truck on the road. So.
And had you heard from Kevin about why he was not arriving when he said he was going to be arriving?
No.
And did you just try to reach out to Kevin to see when he would be arriving?
Yes.
How did you do that?
It was a phone call.
And were you able to get hold of him?
No.
At some point, did you go looking for where you thought Kevin might be?
I drove over to where the last place that I knew that he was staying, and
Which was where?
which was at Heather's apartment, I believe.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
It's been too long.
Okay.
I mean, I want to say,
Was it sometime after he didn't arrive on the 4th?
yeah. But it was, yeah, so he's like a week late, and I remember messaging him or calling and no response, so.
And when you drove to Heather's, did you go in, or what happened when you got there?
No, I drove into the cul-de-sac, and I didn't see either her car. I remember she had a little green car, and I didn't see Kevin's car.
What did you last know Kevin to drive when you had employed him?
It was a Jeep Cherokee.
And did you know what he was driving as of February 11th of 2020? At that point?
Well, I think, yeah, because I think he had called me a week later when he was supposed to be there on the 4th, and he said that he was stuck in a snowstorm in the mountains and that he would be in Greeley the next day. And he said that he had a good transportation, and that he was using 4-wheel drive and so on. But I guess the snow was too tough for him to get over the hill. And at that point, he said he had a Subaru.
Was that conversation about him getting stuck in the mountains due to snow, was that before or after you went looking for him?
That was after.
So sometime after you went looking for him, you received a phone call. At some point after that, did he finally show up at your house for work?
No, he said that he was in town and that he was going to be coming by that day. I don't recall the day, but I do remember him saying he was coming by, and so to talk with me.
And let's back up for just a moment. When you went to Heather's looking for him, you said you didn't see her car and you didn't see his Jeep that you had last known him to drive at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you contact Heather in any way or go up to the apartment?
No.
To your knowledge, did you have any way to contact Heather other than knowing where she lived?
No.
All right, so then you received the phone call, and then at some point after that phone call, does he show up at your property?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
It's been too long.
Okay.
I'd be guessing. It was evening.
Let's do it this way. On the morning of February 16th of 2020, you were awoken by police officers.
Objection leading.
Why don't you try to rephrase it?
It's being offered to give context for a question about a date.
So, that's fine. The court will overrule finding this is foundational.
On February 16th of 2020, you were awoken by police officers wanting to search your property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The first time that Kevin arrived at your property, was that the night before or was it prior to that?
It was the 15th.
Okay. Do you recall talking to Investigator Porter, Sergeant Porter, on December 12th of 2021, and him asking you whether or not Kevin showed up to your house on February 11th, the evening of February 11th, after you had gone looking for him at Heather's apartment?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you and Kevin on the February 12th drive together to a Halliburton delivery in the area of Fort Lupton?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And was that delivery to Fort Lupton done prior to him arriving to your house on the 15th? In other words, the night before the police searched your property?
It would definitely have been prior.
Okay, so were there two occasions then when Kevin arrived at your property?
Gosh, I honestly don't remember the actual dates that he showed up. I do remember him riding along with me to a drilling rig. I don't remember the date, but
Was that sometime in the week prior to him showing up the night before the police arrived?
yes,
And did you and Kevin, on that occasion, when the two of you drove to Halliburton in Fort Lupton for the delivery, did the two of you talk about his relationship with Heather Frank or any upcoming plans that he had with respect to her?
I think he mentioned that it was something about Valentine's Day that he wanted to cook her dinner, I think.
Do you recall telling Detective Porter on December 12th of 2021 that it was during those conversations with Kevin Eastman on February 11th while driving to Fort Lupton that he also not only talked about wanting to take his girlfriend out for Valentine's, but he also planned to propose marriage.
There could have been, yeah. I know he was wanting to get back with her, I believe. Which I didn't know they were apart. But
When Kevin Eastman first showed up to your house, was Heather Frank with him?
no,
When was the last time you recall seeing Heather Frank?
2016.
When Kevin Eastman first showed up at your house prior to the delivery to Fort Lupton, did he stay the night? What did he do?
No, he I remember, if I remember right, I'm pretty sure he said he had some things he needed to get finished up wherever. He mentioned his psychiatrist that he needed to have a visit with. Something about his meds, and that he would be ready to work, I believe, the following day. I don't know, like it's been quite a long time, but.
Understood. Did the two of you on that first meetup, did the two of you make further arrangements for him to return and begin working?
Yes.
Did you send him any messages after that asking if that was going to, in fact, happen?
I don't recall. I mean, I remember. I'm pretty sure there was a weekend gap in between when he was supposed to start.
Okay. Do you recall texting Kevin Eastman on Friday, February 14th and saying, "Bro, please text me back. Thanks."
I don't recall, but I mean, I could have very well have been, yeah.
Do you recall texting Kevin Eastman again on Saturday, February 15th at 9:36 in the morning and saying, "Good morning, big guy. Hey, can we possibly meet up and make a game plan for first couple things needing worked on?"
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Porter about these, now Sergeant Porter, about these text messages that you had sent to Kevin Eastman during the course of this investigation?
Yes, I believe
And
so.
in fact, do you recall showing Detective Porter on your phone the text messages that you had sent to Kevin Eastman?
I believe so, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall Sergeant Porter taking pictures of your phone as you showed him the text messages that you had sent to Kevin Eastman prior to his arrival on the 15th?
Yes.
And I've shown you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 213, which is a photograph. You recognize the text messages contained in that photograph?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I believe, yes.
Okay. And are those the photographs of the text messages that you showed to Sergeant Porter that you had sent to Kevin Eastman on February 14th and then again on the morning of February 15th, 2020?
Yes. Yes.
People would offer Exhibit 213 in evidence?
Any objection?
No.
213 submitted.
So in that text message on the morning of the 15th, you're asking to set up a game plan for work on the semi-truck. Is that right?
Yeah, it was on It was on a Ford pickup.
You said a
F-550, yeah.
So at that point, the morning of the 15th, Kevin Eastman had not yet started work for you, is that correct? Other than just accompanying you on a delivery.
Correct.
So did he respond to that text message to the best of your memory?
I don't believe so.
Did he, however, show up on the 15th, later on the 15th?
I do, yes, for sure.
Describe when that was and what happened.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was in the evening.
Do you recall if it was light or dark?
I think it was just getting, I want to say it was just getting dark. Pretty sure. I don't know. It's been so long. I know it was early evening.
You've been interviewed a number of times
Yes.
related to this case, correct?
Yes.
You were interviewed the next afternoon on the 16th for many hours at the Will County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed on that date by both the Larimer County Sheriff's Office and the Will County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And at that time, were things more fresh in your mind?
I would, yeah, probably, yeah.
Was anybody else at your house when you recall Kevin arriving on the 15th?
Yes.
Who was that?
Our name's Jennifer Williams, Edmonds.
Okay. She goes by Williams and Edmonds, is
Yes.
that correct? And who is Jennifer Edmonds?
Jennifer's a gal that worked for me doing billing, on and off. And she later became, she ended up being my girlfriend.
And were you and Jennifer Edmonds in a romantic relationship at that time, February 15th of 2020?
Yes.
So on that night, was she at your place for the dual purpose of working on the billing as well as for purposes of visiting you in that romantic capacity?
Yes.
And was Jennifer there then when Kevin Eastman drove up?
Yes.
And describe what happened then.
I remember seeing a car pull into the driveway.
Where were
from
you?
County Road. I was standing in the kitchen.
Okay. And if you're standing in the kitchen, can you see cars entering your property?
Yes.
And again, do you recall seeing lights? Was it dark out?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't really recall if I saw headlights or not, but.
So did you go up? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I remember seeing a car pull into the property, and it looked like a Subaru.
Did you go outside to see who it was?
Yes.
And what happened?
I met him at the front of the garage.
Who did you meet?
Kevin Eastman.
The front of the detached garage that's next to the house?
Yes. That would be the south big roll-up side.
And what was he driving?
I believe it was a Subaru Outback, maybe, or it was a Subaru.
What happened when you met? Well, let me ask you this: did you meet him at the car, or did he get out and meet you somewhere in between?
He got out of the car and walked up to me and hugged me.
It had been It had been a couple days since you'd seen each other?
I'm sure you can respond to that verbally.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yeah, and he asked if there was any place where he could unload his tools that he had in his car.
What did you tell him?
I said, sure, on the east side of the garage to, pull around back, and then he could unload all of his tools
Okay.
inside the garage.
And is there a way to access that detached garage from the east side?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it's a man door.
Okay. Then what happened?
I remember looking down at I have a car lift, and I'm pretty sure I moved the arms for the car lift and said he could put all his tools in that area.
At that point, are the two of you inside the garage?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take it one step at a time, though. So you're having this conversation outside of Kevin's car, somewhere between the house and the front of the garage where
Yes.
he parked.
Yes.
Did you ever look inside Kevin's car?
No. No.
Did you see Heather Frank that night?
No.
Did you see whether or not there was anybody else inside the car as you spoke to Kevin?
I did not.
You didn't see, or
I
don't know, or
I didn't look in the car. He had walked up to me and, he just said his car was squatted because it was full of tools. And you could clearly see that it was loaded.
So when you directed him around to the east side of the garage, did he then get back in his car?
No, I believe he drove around, just through the gate, and then if I remember right, I'm pretty sure he would have had to have turned around somewhere inside the parking lot, and then I'm pretty sure he was facing south, maybe.
Okay, so he got back in his car, drove, and parked on the east side of the garage. Is that what you're saying?
Next to the man door.
All right. And then did you go inside the garage?
Well, yeah. I went back through the garage and opened up the door for him.
Okay.
And that's when I saw that his car was loaded. He had the hatchback, I believe, open.
Did you give him directions as to where to put his stuff?
Yes.
Where did you tell him to put it?
Just directly inside the door next to the man lift.
Next to the man lift?
I'm sorry, the car hoist. The car hoist.
Okay. And did you observe him then unloading his car and putting items in that location?
No, I don't believe so.
What did you do?
I told him that when he was done, to come inside the house, and I wanted him to meet Jennifer, who was doing accounts payable.
Okay. And he was going to be a new employee, and so she needed to meet him?
Yeah. She didn't need to, but I just wanted him to meet the person that was going to be handling payroll.
What did you do next?
I went inside the house.
Okay. And did Kevin Eastman remain in the garage?
Yeah, as near as I remember. I'm pretty sure he said he unloaded all his tools, and there was a mountain of tools.
So at some point, did he then come into the house?
Yes.
What happened there?
I introduced him to Jennifer as Kevin Eastman, that was going to be working for us, and he was going to be working on the trucks. Told him that she was going to be doing payroll. That's about it.
Your Honor, if I could request to publish a number of photos that have already been admitted through other witnesses at this time.
Sure. Starting with People's Exhibit
60, please. And Mr. Brunel, I'm going to ask you again to look to your right there, and if you need to use the pointer. What are we looking at in People's Exhibit 60?
It's the center part of my shop.
When you say shop, are you also referring to that detached garage that you were just discussing?
Yes.
Okay. Where would the man door be relative to this picture?
It'd be on this side here.
And you're pointing to off the far right-hand side of that photograph?
Yes.
Where's the car hoist that you're referring to?
It's just in front of the man door. Probably.
On the opposite wall of this photograph, you can see a large black toolbox. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that your toolbox?
Yes.
Are all of the items in this photograph yours?
Yes.
Okay. If I could ask to publish 61, please. What are we looking at here?
I believe it's Kevin's tools.
Are those your items?
No.
And do you see the man door on the east side of the garage depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Where is it? For the record, you're pointing to a door that's in the upper left-hand quadrant of this photo. Is that correct?
Yes.
So specifically, the red, it's an igloo cooler on the middle or lower right-hand quadrant of that photo. Is that yours?
No.
And then there are some tools to the left of the cooler, is that correct?
Yes.
Are those yours?
No.
And then there are some clothes just to the right of the door in that photograph, behind the cooler. Are those yours?
No.
The sawhorse, is that yours?
No.
The tool belt that is on the sawhorse, is that yours?
No.
All right. We could publish 62, please. And this is a photograph of essentially the same items taken from a different angle to show a more close-up view. Are the tools depicted in this photograph, are those yours?
No, they're not.
And again, this is just to the right of the man door as you're looking at it from inside the garage?
Yes.
And you can see some overalls there, is that correct?
Overall what? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you see the cyclone emblem or insignia on those overalls?
Yes.
Are those overalls yours?
No.
If I could ask to publish 63, please.
I believe the only thing in that picture that was mine was that trash can.
Okay. And again, just another photograph from the opposite side, the same group of tools. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a red leg, so to speak, on the right-hand side of that photograph. Is that for the car hoist that you're referring to?
Yes, this part?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 64, please. And did you place any items inside that cooler?
No.
Did you ever do anything with that cooler?
No.
If I could ask to publish 70, please. The red toolbox that we're looking at here, are any of those, is that your toolbox?
No,
Are any of those items depicted in that photograph yours?
no.
72, please. Okay, and these are some clothing items that have been removed from a pile that we just saw and kind of laid out. Are any of those clothing items that were in that area of the garage yours?
No.
If we could publish 78, please. There's some paperwork that you can see in People's Exhibit 78. Is that your paperwork?
You want them to stand up and take a better look if you like.
Okay.
The question is, do you recognize it?
I don't recognize it, no. No.
79, please. Just same paperwork, I guess. We don't need to belabor that. Exhibit 80, please.
I don't recognize any of it.
Okay. Same thing, just a closer up of some of that paperwork. Do you recognize it?
No.
And 81.
Excuse me?
Do you is that your handwriting on that paperwork?
No.
Is it Jennifer Edmonds' handwriting on that paperwork?
No.
Okay, we can take that down, thank you. Do you recall what happened after Kevin Eastman came into the kitchen area and met Jennifer Edmonds? And you can look at this.
Yeah, I believe he left. Yeah, he left.
Did you see him drive away, or do you mean he just left the house?
He left the house.
Have you seen Kevin Eastman since that?
No.
What did you and Jennifer...
Answer that, please.
Can't hear you.
I didn't hear a verbal answer. Witness.
No.
Thank you.
Do you recall approximately what time in the evening it was?
I don't. I know it was, again, early evening.
Did Jennifer Edmonds spend the night that night?
Yes,
Where did the two of you spend the night?
in my house.
Bedroom?
Yeah, bedroom.
Kitchen? What?
I mean, yeah, kitchen, then bedroom.
And did you share an intimate, romantic evening in your bedroom that night?
Yes.
Do you recall when she left in the morning?
I don't recall the exact times. I'm 3:34. I don't remember. It's been a long time. So
Is that the best of, to the best of your memory, she left at 3:30 or 4 in the morning, is that
so
correct?
yeah, give or take.
She had her own house in Milliken at that time?
Yes.
When Kevin came inside the house, did Heather Frank come with him?
No.
Did Kevin say anything about Heather Frank while he was in the house or while the two of you talked either outside or in the garage that night?
I don't believe so.
Were you with and in the presence of Jennifer Edmonds from when she got there that night to when she left in the early morning hours of the 16th?
Yes.
And I know this is going to sound like a little bit of an awkward and strange question, but while Jennifer Edmonds was there that night, did the two of you go to sleep, or were you up all night together?
I think I fell asleep early morning.
Was that after she left, or
I believe so.
while she was there? Were the two of you awake?
Yes.
From your bedroom area of your house, can you see the area of the burn pit on your property?
No.
What did you do after Jennifer Edmonds left in the early morning hours of the 16th?
I believe I went to sleep.
Because you'd been up all night, correct?
Yeah.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
I remember knocks on the door.
Who was it?
More like pounding.
Was there?
It was Weld County Police.
Sheriff. And did you answer the door?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in the house at that point?
No.
Did you know where Kevin Eastman was at that time?
No.
What happened when you answered the door and realized it was Will County Sheriff's Office?
Well, I went to the front door because that's where they were knocking, and I told the sheriff that the door was screwed shut because of the wind, and so I asked them to go to the back door. I remember when I opened the door, they, pulled me out of the house backwards.
Did they handcuff you?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall what you were wearing at that point?
Excuse me?
Do you recall what you were wearing at that point?
I think I was wearing my just underwear and a shirt.
And you say they pulled you out of the house. Where did they take you?
I'm pretty sure I sat there on the one of the chairs on the patio for a minute.
You said they initially knocked on the front door or pounded on the front door. Would that be on the side closest to Will County Road 45?
Yeah, on the west side.
Okay, so that's the door that you don't use. Is that right?
No.
So you directed them to you said the back of the house. Would that then be on the east side of the house?
Yes.
Closest to the detached garage?
Yes.
And is there a walkway or a patio on the back side or on the east side of the house between the garage and the patio? Excuse me, between the garage and the back door of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where you were seated by police at that time?
Yes.
Did they later place you into a patrol car?
Yes.
And did they ask you if you'd be willing to go to the Will County Sheriff's Office to answer some questions?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Before you left for the sheriff's office, while you were in the patrol car, did you ask to get some pants?
Yes.
And were you allowed to go back into the house and get
No.
those pants?
No.
How did you get the pants?
I believe one of the officers went in and got my clothes for me.
Okay. Did they then take you to the Will County Sheriff's Office,
Yes.
where you were interviewed for many hours?
Yes.
Did you know why the police were there that morning? Initially.
No.
Did they give you some information at some point?
No, other than they had a warrant for Kevin and Heather. and they asked if there was anybody in the house. They asked me if they could enter the house to search, to make sure no one was in the house, and I said yes.
When did you first learn of Heather Frank's deceased body being found on your property?
It would have been hours after I was at the police station.
Did you have any involvement in Heather Frank's death?
No,
Did you have any involvement in wrapping up her body in plastic and baling wire?
no,
Did you have any involvement in moving her deceased body at any point?
no,
Did you know her deceased body was on your property prior to the police informing you of that fact?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Prior to the police informing you of that fact during the interview at the Will County Sheriff's Office?
Was I aware? No.
During the interview at the Will County Sheriff's Office, did the police ask if they could collect buccal swabs or sample DNA from you?
Yes,
And did you voluntarily provide that?
yes,
Did they also ask if they could test your hands and face for what they described as gunshot residue?
yes,
And did you voluntarily agree to that as well?
yes,
And that was Detective Geyer that collected those things, is that correct? Do you remember?
I don't remember the name. They also took my boot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall them asking you questions during that interview about whether or not there were any guns in your house?
No,
Okay. Do you recall describing to them guns that might be in your house?
no,
You don't recall telling Detective Shaw during that interview that about a .22 rifle that would be in your house?
I don't recall. I mean,
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw about a pellet gun with a scope that would be found in your bedroom as well?
if that's what was said back then I might have said that, but it was probably because I was asked if there was any firearms in the house. Maybe, I don't know.
Let me ask it this way. As you sit here now, do you remember what firearms you had in the house at that time?
Yes,
What were they?
it was a .410 shotgun.
Where was that kept?
That was in my bedroom closet.
What other firearms do you remember
There was
having
a-
inside your house at that time?
There was a .22 rifle
And where was that rifle kept?
in my closet.
Do you recall telling them about any other firearms, or do you recall any other firearms in your house at that time?
Not in my house, no.
Okay.
Well, other than pellet gun,
Okay. Do you recall having a pellet gun at that time?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall describing any other firearms that you believe to be in the garage at that time?
I honestly don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw and later Detective Geyer on that same day that you had a .22 pistol revolver in your detached garage?
I believe it's when I thought it was when I came back. It was like 3 days that I wasn't allowed back, and I remember going inside the house. I went into the garage, and then I noticed that the pistol that I had kept on top of the black tool chest was missing.
Let's talk about that pistol. Did you have a gun on February 16th in the detached garage?
Yes,
And where was it?
It was on top of my roll top.
Describe what it looked like.
It was a 6-shooter. I believe it was an antique. All 3 firearms were antiques. They were my father's. Probably 80 years old.
When you say all 3, are you referring to the shotgun, the .22 rifle, and the antique
Yes.
.22 revolver in the garage?
Yes.
When you said it was a 6-shooter, in other words, 6 rounds of ammunition could be loaded into the cylinder of the revolver?
Yeah, it was a revolver.
And when was the last time you recall seeing that 6-shooter?
It would have been probably a couple days before I had seen Kevin.
And did you use it at that time?
I believe so, yeah.
For what purpose?
Well, at the time I had chickens, and I have coyotes that was coming into the house area, and they'd yip at night. So I remember going out there and shooting up in at black, just so they would hear it and the coyotes would run off.
And do you recall whether or not you left that 6-shooter loaded?
I might have, yes.
Where did you leave it the last time you remember it?
On top of my tool chest.
Which tool chest was that?
It's the black roll top. It's the large tool chest, the black one.
Okay. The one that you mentioned in the photograph that we looked
Yes.
at just moments ago? Okay. Was it in a holster or was it by itself?
It was by itself, and I had it tucked. I think there was tools. I think there was a few extension cords, maybe. But it was just kind of nose down. In between, I'm pretty sure it was in between an extension cord, maybe.
Eventually, were you allowed to return to your house after being interviewed by the Larimer County and Will County Sheriff's offices?
Yes.
Or not that night, right?
No. Excuse me.
You were given a hotel room for a
Yes.
little while?
Yes.
While the police
You guys put me up
conducted a
in alt
Okay.
for a night.
And when you eventually got back to your house, was that antique .22 caliber 6-shooter pistol in the toolbox?
No.
Have you ever seen it since?
No.
Was that 6-shooter part of a set?
Yes.
How many were in that set?
Well, there was a matching. It was a holster that had it had a 6-shooter, 2 6-shooters, identical.
Like an old Western holster that held 2 6-shooters on each side?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you received that from your father, is that correct?
Yes. Along with the 410 and the 22.
Do you know where the holster was when you last saw it?
So the holster was stolen from a previous theft.
When did that occur?
I think it was some 2 years prior, maybe a year and a half.
Who stole it?
Well, this hasn't been decided, but I
Objection, speculation.
believed it was.
So, yeah,
I don't want you to guess or speculate, so if you can answer without guessing or speculating, you're welcome to. If not, please don't answer the question.
Fair enough.
Do you have some evidence of who stole that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I do.
Okay. And did you report that theft to the police long before February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
And did you tell the police at that time, who you thought stole it?
Yes.
Was that based on observations and circumstantial evidence?
Yeah, I mean, there was other charges, embezzlement and such, but
All right. And was that a prior employee?
yes.
Who was that?
Her name is Lynette
I
Llewellyn.
would still object to speculation in terms of who stole it.
She said charges.
So the jury needs to understand that this is his opinion, which may or may not be accurate based on his beliefs, and so you want him to continue.
When you reported the theft of the other .22 pistol that was part of this matching set, did you provide police with a photograph of the remaining pistol so they could know what they're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Let me ask you this first. Were the two pistols that you described as a matching set, were they identical to each other in appearance?
Yes.
We show counsel showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 100. Is that a picture of the .22 pistol that you last saw in the detached garage in the toolbox?
It appears that it could, yeah, it looks like the 22.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I'd have to refer back to the pictures that I sent originally. I don't know if the handle is that light, but honestly, I'm pretty sure the name of the pistols was a Victor.
Do you recall sending a photograph to the deputy that was investigating Lynette's theft prior?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then do you recall Detective Porter, during the investigation of this murder case, obtaining that photograph and asking you if this is a picture, the picture that you provided to the deputies of the stolen gun?
I remember being asked to send the original email that I'd sent.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And send a picture to Deputy Porter?
Yes, I forwarded the email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Make sure you can give us Exhibit 100. All right, let's talk about that burn pit a little bit, if we can. When was it built?
Let's see, I bought, it would have been probably 2013.
What was the purpose behind building it?
To burn weeds, trees, dead trees.
And were there dead trees in the area around the burn pit?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not there was also a weathered tabletop, wood tabletop in that area near the dead trees?
I don't recall the tabletop, no.
Did you go to that wood pile very often on your property?
Not as often as I was later. I mean, the whole purpose of it was just to burn, dead limbs, trees, weeds. And at the time I had dumpsters on two different, one for business and one for the house. I decided I was going to start burning my trash rather than pay for disposal.
Okay. And when did you start burning trash?
It would have been Sometime in 16,
2016?
yes.
Where did you keep the trash between burns?
Well, it went from my, I have a buggy, like a golf cart with a bed, and it'd go from the house to the buggy I'd ride it out to the burn pit.
Did you allow neighbors or anyone else to burn their trash in that burn pit?
I don't believe so. I think I had a renter in my storage area that had some work trash, maybe.
Was that person living there in February of 2020?
No,
When did that person live there?
they never lived there. It was a renter it was a renter in the storage area that had rented a container, and I believe that they asked if they could throw some trash in the burn pit at some point.
So when you say a renter, are you referring to somebody who rented
They paid for
storage
space,
area?
rental space.
Are you
Tenant? Not, I guess it wouldn't be a tenant. Oh.
When you refer to a veteran, are you?
So let's start all over. Why don't you ask the question?
The renter that you just referred to, was that person living on the property?
No.
Was that person just renting space or storage space on the
Yes.
property? To your knowledge, did that person use the burn pit to dispose of trash?
I believe so, yes.
When did that person last rent space at your property?
It was shortly, I want to say maybe, I don't know, it was a couple months after February, March, April, maybe April
Of what year?
20.
Okay, so that didn't start until after February of 2020?
No, she was renting space in the storage area for a year, maybe, 2019 to 20.
Okay.
Maybe, I want to say it was 2-3 months after everything happened, she had left.
After your initial interview with police on February 16th of 2020, at some point you were contacted by Detective Porter, and he went through a list of items that had been found in the burn pit during the search of your property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you remember going through some of those items that he had found and talking to him about that?
I do.
Do you remember him asking you about a eyeglasses case with glasses inside, and whether or not those belonged to you, or whether or not you had any knowledge of those?
I know there were several items that he asked me that, I don't recall the eyeglasses, but I remember several items. It was pages.
Do you recall putting any eyeglasses or an eyeglass case into the burn pit?
No.
Do you recall placing a Rockies hoodie or sweater into the burn pit?
No.
Do you recall placing baling wire into the burn pit?
No.
Did you have baling wire on your property that time?
Not that I know of.
Do you recall replacing keys or keychain into the burn pit?
No.
In that burn pit, there were also some jars and glass vials and syringes. Did you place those items into the burn pit at any point?
They were, yes. Not just that, but they were in a bag. It was in household trash.
Okay, let's talk about those items. Were there a lot of vials and syringes in your home?
Yes.
What were those?
Well, one was called Gigtrophin. It's a growth hormone.
And were those growth hormones yours?
Yes.
What were they for?
It was for skin, your organs, pretty much everything. I mean, it's probably the super vitamin. It was. I mean, you can buy it off the internet. It was a supplement, but it was called Gigtrophin, and it did say growth. I believe it said growth hormone.
And are those items that you bought off the internet?
Yes.
And did you keep them in your refrigerator and other places in your house?
I believe the empty vials were in a bag.
Okay.
In my cabinet, and then I would have kept the ones that I used the insulin needle, along with B12. I would have kept it in the refrigerator.
Okay. Were you asked about a red bed skirt that had been found in the burn pit? I don't recall. I don't recall. Do you know whether or not that is an item that you put in there? Meaning the burn pit?
I don't remember putting any sort of bedding.
Were you a smoker at that time?
No.
Was your ex-wife Cynthia a smoker?
I believe so, yes.
You believe so, or you know so? I mean,
I don't think she's ever
married to her.
She says she's quit, but I don't believe it.
Okay. When you were married to her, was she a smoker?
Yes.
Okay. What did she smoke? What type of
Pall Mall, blues, I believe. Pall Mall blues.
Recall telling Detective Porter during the investigation of this case, during one of your interviews, that Cynthia smoked Marlboro Reds.
I could have.
Do you recall her smoking Marlboro Reds?
I don't recall, but again, I think Cynthia's probably smoked every cigarette there is, but I don't know.
Let's talk about those Connex boxes a little bit more that were on your property. What were they used for?
Storage?
For your business?
Yes, partially, and then other parts of this container. I had a few containers that was just personal, furniture, car parts, things of that.
Did you, for business purposes, store a large roll of plastic transparent Visqueen? If you recall.
I don't remember storing it, but I do recall. I do recall Jerry asking me about a roll of plastic.
Who's Jerry?
Jerry Porter. Sorry.
And for reference, you're referring to Sergeant Porter that's seated at council.
Yes.
Okay.
That was at the same time when he asked me about the eyeglasses and such.
Okay. Just a moment. Actually,
shooting was previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 76.
Okay, thank you.
is the scene depicted in that photograph, does that appear to be the inside of one of your Connex boxes?
Yes.
And there's a roll of plastic visqueen there, is that correct? In that photograph?
Yes.
And
Appears to be, yeah.
and is that an item that you had stored in one of those Connex boxes?
Very well could have been, yes.
And you recall when
Pretty much everything in there was rig related.
it was what?
Drilling rigs?
Okay. That was going to be my next question. Do you recall talking to Sergeant Porter about what that type of plastic was used for?
I do.
And what was it used for in your business?
So we used, they were called slip covers, and we used them in the bad weather, wintertime, when we transported pallets of drilling fluids, dry products. It was basically like a big pillowcase, and we'd slide them over the top of the pallets to keep the rain off of them. I forget the name of them.
Retrieving people's exhibit 76 from this.
Mr. Bunnell, you talked about several guns that you had at your home in February of 2020, correct?
Several, I mean, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 plus a pellet gun.
Yes.
The .22 rifle, the .410 shotgun, and the .22 pistols. Is that correct? You were, prior to February of 2020, you had been convicted of a number of felonies, correct?
Prior to when?
February of 2020.
Yes.
Specifically, there was a number of felony convictions that you received in 2010, correct?
I believe there was 2.
Okay. Do you recall being convicted of 2 different counts of theft in 2010?
Yes.
And also a drug possession?
No.
Receiving stolen property?
No. No, the only 2. So it was 2 F4 felony theft charges that I ended up with, yes.
When you say F4, that a class 4 felony?
Class of felony.
And you recall also being convicted of aggravated motor vehicle theft in 2010?
Yes.
And also in 2010, trespassing on farmland?
Yes.
And were you sentenced on all of those at the same time?
Yes.
And did you serve your time?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when did you get out?
I believe it was 2013.
In 2018, was there also an incident where you told police that during a heated exchange with your ex-wife Cynthia that she had hit you in the foot with one of your crutches?
Yes.
And you were ultimately convicted of making a false statement to police officers in that respect. Is that correct?
Yes.
As a result of these convictions, you are not able to lawfully possess firearms as a felon, correct?
I believe so.
And as a result of this case and it coming to light that you were in possession of firearms, you have been charged and have a pending case related to the possession of firearms by a previous offender as well as the steroids that were in the vials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that case is still pending?
Correct.
And you have an attorney on that case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's present in the courtroom.
Yes.
And prior to the trial in this matter, on advice of counsel, you were prepared to invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent as to any questions that might relate to the possession of firearms or to the possession of steroids. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also understood that my office then applied for a grant of use immunity to allow you to testify in this case. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so it's your understanding that you're testifying here today, and that anything based on that grant of use immunity granted by the court, whatever you say here today can't be used against you in your pending case. Is that correct?
That's the way I understand it. Yes.
Going back to when you were pulled out of your house and taken to the Will County Sheriff's Office on February 16th of 2020, and then subsequently interviewed at the Sheriff's Office for many hours, you were confronted by Deputy Shaw from the Will County Sheriff's Office about he had heard that you might...
Objection, leading.
Why don't you ask a non-leading question?
Okay. Do you recall being asked by Deputy Shaw any questions about some shell casings?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did you have any shell casings in your pockets at that time?
That's what I believe the sheriff had found or pulled out of my pocket
Okay.
when I had the pants on.
Okay. Did you see that?
I mean, I didn't hold them. I do remember him, or maybe it was her. I think, pretty sure it was a male that pulled them out of my pocket. But so I was I was in my underwear, and I was brought clothes.
Objection,
Pants.
narrative, and non-responsive.
Why don't you also sustain the objection? Why don't you ask him some follow-up questions, if you wish?
What happened when you were brought some pants as you were in the patrol car?
I put them on.
Okay. And then what happened?
And I sat and waited for one of the officers to come back, and that's when I got back out of the car, and part of the way I remember is that they had to search me before we went out to the police station, and I believe that's when he found the shell casings in my pocket.
And do you recall seeing those?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I remember him pulling out. I don't remember if they were casings or bullets, but I do remember him pulling out a few bullets or shell casings and asking, or said, well, I don't recall exactly what he said, but
And where did that happen?
that was at the patrol car.
Still on your property?
Yes,
And who was it a male or female
I
deputy?
believe he was a male.
And do you know where those bullets would have come from? Bullet or bullets or whatever?
I mean, they probably. I would, if I was guessing.
Wait. I don't want you to guess. I don't want you to speculate.
I don't know.
Okay. When was the last time you had shot at coyotes?
It was a couple
Objection.
days before the 5th,
Wait. So
16th.
when there's an objection, you need to stop so I can answer the objection. What's the objection?
Lack of foundation. He's never testified that he shot coyotes. He said he was shooting coyotes for chickens.
When did you shoot in the dark to scare the coyotes away? When did you do that last?
It was a few days before the 15th or 16th.
And what gun did you use to do that?
That was my .22 revolver.
The pistol or the
pistol.
rifle?
The pistol.
Did you have .22 ammo at your house?
Yes.
Where was it kept?
Pretty sure it was kept in my bedroom.
If officers found a box on the top of your refrigerator in the kitchen, is that an item that you would have placed there?
It could, yes, probably. It could have been, yes.
Okay.
I thought they were in a drawer, or in my bedroom, but maybe not.
Do you remember how many boxes of .22 ammo you had?
So just, I don't. Several.
Mr. Bunnell, did you ever drive, well, to your knowledge, did you leave your house on February 9th of 2020?
I don't recall.
Did you drive up the Poudre Canyon on Sunday, February 9th of 2020?
No.
Do you know where Pingree Park is?
No.
Prior to being interviewed at the police department on February 16th of 2020, had you ever heard the name of Scott Sessions?
No.
Mr. Brunel, if your DNA was found on a cigarette pack that was located on Heather Frank's deceased person, do you know how that DNA would have been placed on that cigarette pack?
I don't.
How tall are you?
6'3".
And approximately how much do you weigh?
Objection, relevance.
Overall,
Too much.
Okay.
270.
Okay. Approximately what size jeans do you wear?
These 30, I believe they're 38, 36 maybe. 34, 38, 34.
Mr. Brunel, did you ever tell Kevin Eastman to burn trash in the burn pit on your property?
No.
Was there any discussion about the burn pit as part of his agreement to work for you?
No.
After Jennifer Edmonds left your house the morning of the 16th, do you recall whether or not the two of you had a phone call conversation?
I believe so. Yeah, I always called her or she called me, or I called her on her drive home.
Do you recall whether or not that happened on the morning of the 16th as well?
I believe so. I mean, I can't say for sure, but it was pretty regular.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're going to take our morning break before we start cross-examination for about 15 minutes. Why don't we agree to start up again about 10:35? Once again, I want to instruct you until the trial is completed. Please don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, witnesses, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of this courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to see. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you. you speak or test the speakers again?
Yeah.
Thank you. Promise that's not what I'm going to be playing. Hello, what was it when I was testing it last week? What song came on? Double check me though, please.
Okay, again, we're back on the record. Ms. Devereaux's now joining us. Any issues before we bring the jurors in?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Rudd?
No.
Okay, go ahead and bring the jurors in.
You're welcome to be seated. Ms. Devereaux, you're welcome to conduct cross-examination. Mr. Bonnell, you're still under oath, okay?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Bonnell.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Bonnell, during your testimony early this morning with Mr. Wren, you said the answer, I don't know, quite a bit. So before we get started this morning, I just want to let you know that at any point during my questionings you don't remember, just please let me know. And I have an entire stack of every transcript of every word that you've ever said to law enforcement here to refresh your recollection, or we can refresh your recollection with any kind of audio or video. Okay? Just let me know. So you testified this morning and told this jury that you had never heard of the name Scott Sessions before February 16th, 2020.
Correct.
And you spoke with, as we heard about this morning, Detective Tyler Schell at the Weld County Sheriff's Office. You spoke to the first detective that you met with at the Weld County Sheriff's Office the morning of February 16th, 2020, was Tyler Schell.
Sorry, yes.
Detective Schell was actually a Larimer County detective.
Okay.
Yes or no?
I don't recall the names.
Do you recall that the first detective you spoke to on February 16, 2020 introduced himself as a member of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
Again, I don't recall the names.
But you recall learning from, or that morning, the Larimer County Sheriff's Office was investigating the disappearance of Scott Sessions.
You talked about when we met at the
The morning of February 16th of 2020, when you were brought to Weld County Sheriff's Office,
Okay.
and spoke to Larimer County Sheriff's Officer or Detective Tyler Schell, you learned that Larimer County was investigating the disappearance of Scott Sessions.
I don't. When I went in for questioning, I don't believe I remember. I don't remember hearing that they were.
Let him finish his answer. Go ahead.
All I remember was them asking if they said they really wanted to find Heather Frank, but I don't remember anything about a Scott Session.
So is it your testimony this morning that you were not told that the reason that you were at the Weld County Sheriff's Office the morning of February 16, 2020 was that law enforcement was investigating the disappearance of Scott Sessions?
I don't remember. I don't recall that.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to view a clip of that interview with Detective Shaw?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and can I have freestanding
Sure.
to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to use this one? I did not put this one.
Okay.
But I'll also clean it for you. You need to watch it again?
No.
So is your memory refresher?
Sure.
Okay. So again, the morning of February 16th, 2020, Detective Schell told you that they were Larimer County Sheriff's Office was investigating the disappearance of Scott Sessions.
Yes.
That's what you just heard.
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you were brought to the Weld County Sheriff's Office. That's what you just heard, right?
Yes.
And Detective Shell, during that meeting, suggested to you that you may have heard about Mr. Sessions' disappearance on the news.
No. I mean, I never heard of the guy. I didn't know about him.
Is it your testimony today that Detective Shell did not suggest to you that you may have heard about the disappearance of Mr. Sessions on the news?
No. I mean, I don't recall him saying that,
Okay.
but I don't recall. I know I didn't. I didn't know about him.
Would it refresh your recollection to, again, listen to another clip of your interview? Somebody else for you? I know you're ready.
I believe I said no.
I'll ask the questions. Thank you. Sir, does your memory refresh now as to whether or not Detective Shell asked you the morning of February 16th, 2020, or excuse me, suggested to you that you may have heard about the disappearance of Scott Sessions on the news?
Yes.
And you told Detective Shell that you had not heard about Mr. Sessions' disappearance in the news?
Yes, correct.
And you were asked if you knew Scott Sessions?
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yes or
I
no?
don't remember that, but
Okay.
I guess we'll watch the clip.
Yes, we will.
So. Okay.
Is your memory refreshed?
Yep.
Sir, is it possible that I just move the additional count?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
So again, you were asked if you knew Scott Sessions.
Okay, yes,
That's what the clip you just heard.
yes,
Okay. And you indicated you did not.
correct.
You indicated you never heard of him.
Yes,
In fact, you told Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, quote, honestly, I've never heard of that guy.
correct.
Later that day, you spoke to a different detective. Yes or
Okay.
no?
I-
You spoke to someone who came in the room who looked different than the first detective.
Okay,
You spoke to Detective Mark Geyer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
okay.
Yes or no?
I don't recall the names. I know there were several people.
And you recall that you were interviewed by two different detectives on February 16th, 2020.
Yes,
Okay. And when you spoke to Detective Geyer, or this other second detective, you spoke to him immediately after speaking to Detective Shaw.
say it again?
Yep. So after you spoke to Detective Shaw, Detective Geyer came in the room, or this second detective came in the room.
Okay,
When you say okay, are you?
yes, okay. I don't recall the chain of events as far as,
So when she asks you a question, when you say okay, it's confusing if
Sure.
you agree with it or not.
I agree.
Judge, do we need tissues? I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
I promise it's just allergies, not COVID. Okay, and so Detective Geyer came in the room right after you finished speaking with Detective Shaw, and Detective Geyer asked you what you knew.
okay, yes,
And you told Detective Geyer that you had learned, or what you had learned from Detective Schall.
Okay. Yes, sorry.
And you told Detective Geyer that you had learned from Detective Schall about a gentleman from Larimer County.
Yes,
And that gentleman was a band member.
yes,
And that the gentleman was in a band.
I don't know who I was talking to. I really don't remember. But if that's what my statement was.
Would it refresh your recollection to view yet another clip?
Sure, let's watch the clip.
Okay. Your memory refreshed?
Yes,
Again?
yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just be provided the timestamps
Sure.
that he's being refreshed.
Sure. Do you want Ms. Morse to send them over to you in an email?
Or just write it down.
Okay. And so you, or again, Detective Geyer asked you what you knew.
Yes,
And again, you told him that you learned from Detective Schall that Larimer County was investigating a homicide relating to a band member.
yes,
And that the person killed was in a band.
yes,
Detective Schall started his interview with you by asking you basic information.
yes,
You were asked for the spelling of your first name,
yes,
spelling of your last name.
yes,
You were asked about your date of birth,
yes,
your address,
yes,
and you were also asked what your phone number was.
correct.
Just like today, Mr. Wren just asked you about your phone number.
Okay, yep,
And the phone number you told Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020 was 970-518-8324.
yes,
And that is also the same phone number you just testified to earlier this morning with Mr. Wren.
correct.
And you were asked by Detective Schall if that was the only phone number that you had,
Yes,
that was the only cell phone you had.
yes,
And you told Detective Schall that that was, in fact, the only cell phone you had.
that was that was an operating number, yes,
And you also told Detective Schall that you kept it with you pretty much all the time.
yes,
Your interview with Detective Schall also started about him asking you some questions about how you knew Kevin Eastman. Yes or no?
yes,
Thank you. The court reporter right here has to type out everything she said, or you say, and so it's
Yes.
really difficult. Thank you. And you told Detective Schall that you used to employ Mr. Eastman.
yes,
Mr. Eastman worked for you, you told Detective Schall that Mr. Eastman worked for you a year before the police arrived at your property.
no, I don't recall that, but
Okay?
I thought it was 4 or 5 years.
And that's what you told the jury earlier this morning. You told me this jury earlier this morning that Mr. Eastman worked for you back in 2016.
Right, but I hadn't seen him.
That's not my
since-
question.
Oh,
Okay? We're talking about working for you. So you told this jury this morning that that Mr. Eastman last worked for you in 2016, before this incident.
okay, yes,
Okay? And again, you talked to Detective Shell on February 16th, 2020. Yes or no, sir?
yes,
And you knew that you were speaking to a member of law enforcement.
yes,
And you knew, as we've talked about many times this morning, that they were investigating the disappearance and homicide of Scott Sessions.
yes,
So you knew the answers you had to tell Detective Shell had to be the truth.
coming from law enforcement, I would assume yes,
And you also had to be accurate in the information that you provided to law enforcement that day.
as accurate as I could, yes,
Okay? And again, you just told this jury this morning that you last employed Mr. Eastman in 2016.
prior to 2020,
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
They work? Okay. When did he work for you?
Owner like nobody's business.
Is that what he did for you, mechanic work?
Yeah.
Okay. When did he work for you?
So it's gonna be, man, bro, I would say a year ago.
How long did he work for you?
And again, this interview that we're watching was in February 2020.
Yeah, I was definitely wrong on that one.
Because a year beforehand would have been 2019,
Correct,
not 2016.
correct,
And you told this jury this morning that Mr. Eastman only worked for you for about 4 months. Do you remember that?
yes,
And again, this was also yet another question that Detective Shaw asked you on February 16th, 2020.
yes,
And again, you knew the importance of being truthful with Detective Shaw,
yes,
being accurate,
yes,
and telling him exact dates when you knew him.
yes,
And again, you knew that they were investigating a homicide.
yes,
And again, you just told this jury that this morning that Mr. Eastman only worked for you for 4 months, correct?
To the date, I don't have the exact dates. I thought it was less than, I don't know, I thought it was 4 months, 4 or 5,
Okay.
give or take.
Man, bro, I would say a year ago.
How long did he work for you?
Not very long, maybe a month.
Okay. The whole not showing up to work thing was.
Yeah, it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
So out of the month, maybe 4 days, 5 days,
That he didn't show up or that he did?
then it worked.
Wow. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
So he had issues, you know.
So you told Detective Shell on February 16th, 2020 that Mr. Eastman only worked for you for about 4 or 5 days.
For back in 16?
That's not my question.
Oh,
When Mr. Eastman worked for you, you told Detective Shell, as we just saw in the clip, that he only worked for you for 4 or 5 days.
yes,
And you told Detective Shell that morning of February 16th, 2020, that you didn't keep up with Mr. Eastman since then.
correct,
So you did not keep up with Mr. Eastman since the 4 or 5 days that he worked for you.
keep up with him, no,
Meaning you didn't hear from him?
Same objection.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
Vagueness, that's all, I'll overrule.
Thank you.
A lot of information, yes.
Now I'm going to ask follow up with specifics,
I mean,
okay?
yeah, yes,
You knew that Mr. Eastman had been through some trauma.
yes,
You knew that he was involved in an accident on an oil rig.
yes, I told you that.
You knew that Mr. Eastman specifically had head trauma.
And I remember we had that conversation.
You knew that Mr. Eastman had crushed his skull.
Yes, I remember telling you that.
You knew that because of this head trauma, Mr. Eastman easily got disoriented.
Correct.
You knew that he had seizures.
Yes,
You knew that he was diagnosed with epilepsy.
I did not know that part, but
Okay.
I know he had been crushed by a pipe on a grate.
And again, you spoke to Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020.
Okay, yes,
And you guys, or the two of you, were talking about the information that you knew or could provide to him about Mr. Eastman.
correct.
And at that point, you knew that law enforcement was looking at him for the homicide of at least Scott Sessions.
Correct.
And you knew that it was important, again, to be truthful and honest and detailed in any information that you told law enforcement.
Correct.
And again, you just told this jury that you do not remember, or you did not know that Mr. Eastman was diagnosed with epilepsy.
Yeah, I don't remember having a conversation with Mr. Eastman about, and then he would have epilepsy.
Okay.
And then he would have he's had epilepsy.
Okay,
You knew that when Mr. Eastman didn't take his medication, he would, quote, fizzle out
correct,
and not know where he was.
correct,
And you also knew that Mr. Eastman had rituals.
correct,
For example, he would pick things up in bunches of threes.
correct,
An example would be picking up batteries.
correct.
And you knew that Mr. Eastman carried a journal with him.
I don't remember a journal.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that you did not tell Detective Geyer.
There was a journal found at my residence, yes.
That wasn't my question. You told Detective Geyer that you knew that Mr. Eastman carried a journal with him, and you told Detective Geyer that on February 16th, 2020.
Yes, that would have been the day that I was a little, I believe so, yes.
And you told Detective Geyer that Mr. Eastman always carried his journal with him.
Yes,
And you knew that Mr. Eastman had a military-type discipline.
yes. I don't remember that, but yes.
Well, it's either you don't remember
I
it,
don't remember saying that, but
okay? So it's your testimony today that you don't remember telling Detective Mark Geyer on February 16th, 2020, that you knew Mr. Eastman had a military-type discipline when it came to receiving criticism at work.
correct,
And again, you spoke to Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020.
correct,
You knew he was a member of law enforcement.
correct,
You knew it was important to be truthful with him.
correct.
He's kind of got that military sort of thing, discipline. I don't know. He's got a military side of discipline, and he's very like.
And you also told Detective Geyer that you had watched rig leaders rip into him.
Rig leaders?
Yes, oil rig leader.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Is it yes or no, sir?
Yes,
And that you observed Mr. Eastman just stand there and take it with stride.
yes,
Mr. Eastman would take it in strides in situations where you didn't think you could have handled it.
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Eastman also had a rough upbringing?
Yes, I believe so.
And you knew that he was physically abused as a child?
I did not know that.
So it's your testimony today to this jury that you did not know that Mr. Eastman was physically abused as a child?
I don't remember having that conversation.
Okay.
I don't, but
And that conversation was February 16th, 2020 with Detective Mark Geyer,
okay.
member of law enforcement.
Okay. Yes.
Member of law enforcement just doing his job, trying to investigate a homicide.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, and a member of law enforcement that you knew you had to be honest with.
Yes.
Experiences, man, and I know he's heavy-handed, I know he's, I know he had a fucking rough upbringing, he's told some great stories about how he got his ass beat when he was a kid and this and that.
You also knew, despite, again, only having Mr. Eastman work for you for 4 or 5 days, you knew that Mr. Eastman was not quick fused.
He was not what?
Quick fused.
I don't remember saying that, but yes.
It's either.
Quick fused.
Do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 16, 2020, that you knew that Mr. Eastman was not quick fused?
I don't recall. I really don't recall. I don't recall half this, but clearly I said it. So.
Again, you talked to Detective Geyer on February 16, 2020, and you knew the importance of telling him the truth.
Yes.
He's not quick fused. I'm more of a fuck.
And you knew also that Mr. Eastman and Miss Frank were always on and off in their relationship.
Correct.
You also even knew that Mr. Eastman's teeth were fake.
Is what?
His teeth were fake.
Correct.
And despite not being buddies with Mr. Eastman and him only working for you for 4 or 5 days, when Mr. Eastman arrived on your property on February 15th, the two of you hugged.
Correct.
And despite not being close with him, you knew that he had been cheated on by Miss Frank in the past.
Correct.
And you also knew that Mr. Eastman was aware of that.
That's who I heard it from.
Detective Schall also asked you about who initiated Mr. Eastman working for you again in February 2020.
Who initiated?
Yes.
I believe it was Kevin.
That's not my question. Detective Schall asked you about that, correct?
Yes.
And you told Detective Schall that Mr. Eastman contacted you.
Correct.
And Detective Schall asked you if you spoke to Mr. Eastman at all between the time you fired him for not showing up on the job and the 2 weeks prior to this incident.
I don't recall that either.
Okay. So again, you spoke to Detective Schall on February 16, 2020.
Yes.
And you knew the importance of being truthful to him as well.
Yes.
Between the year ago where he kind of disappeared and last night, did you see him or hear from him at all?
Between when?
So between, you said, about a year ago, you kind of fired him, and then, or 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago, he calls up.
Yeah.
But between those 2 times, did you see him or hear from him at all?
No.
Okay. And he,
So you told Detective Schall that you didn't hear anything from Mr. Eastman before he contacted you for employment.
Correct.
And you also told Detective Schall that you didn't hear anything from Mr. Eastman I have a moment. Or you told Detective Schall that contact occurred with Mr. Eastman on February 2nd.
I don't recall the date, but Oh, yes,
It was a couple days before before the day that Mr. Eastman was scheduled to start working for you.
yes. I believe it was a week later, but okay, yes,
And you told Detective Schall that you did not see Mr. Eastman since he stopped working for you a year prior.
correct.
And the agreement, as we heard about this morning, was that Mr. Eastman would start working for you on February 4th.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Schall that Mr. Eastman contacted you out of the blue to do this employment.
Correct.
And you told Detective Schall that Mr. Eastman began calling you the beginning of January.
Here, I'm going to object as to hearsay. These aren't prior inconsistent statements.
They're his statements.
That's still hearsay.
The witness,
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
So again, you told Detective Schall that Mr. Eastman began calling you for this employment beginning of January 2020.
I don't recall that. I don't recall.
And you spoke to Detective Schall, about when Mr. Eastman showed up to work. Specifically, you told Detective Schall that you had no communication between or with Mr. Eastman until he showed up on your property on February 15th, 2020.
I don't remember that. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall that.
We have one moment, please. And do you recall telling Detective Schall that you never saw Mr. Eastman until the night of February 15th when he showed up?
Correct.
So you did not tell Mr. Schall, or Detective Schall, that you saw Mr. Eastman before the evening of February 15th?
Say it again.
You did not tell Detective Schall that you saw Mr. Eastman before the evening of February 15th?
I don't recall that. I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Okay. You were directly asked by Detective Schall if you saw Mr. Eastman the week of February 8th or 9th?
I don't recall.
So it's your testimony today that you don't remember being asked by Detective Schall directly if you saw Mr. Eastman the week of February 8th or 9th?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I mean, unless you have,
Yep. And again, you knew the importance of being truthful.
and I apologize, I just don't remember.
That's fine, sir, but you knew the importance on February 16th of 2020 of what you were telling Detective Schall.
That's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
If you, then I guess I didn't ask, but let me ask you this: did you see that week of the 8th and 9th? You didn't see or hear from Kevin, right? Because you said he called you like 2 weeks ago, and then you didn't see him until last night.
But before that interview with Detective Schall that we just watched, and where you told him that you didn't see Mr. Eastman before the evening of February 15th, you first were encountered by law enforcement earlier that day.
Correct.
At your home.
Correct.
As you spoke about earlier on direct, deputies ordered you out of your house.
Yes.
You were placed into handcuffs,
Yes.
and the deputy told you you did not have to answer any questions.
I don't recall that.
And the deputy was Larimer County Sheriff's Officer, or Deputy, excuse me, Sergeant Robbins.
I don't recall that.
And you were asked when the last time you saw Mr. Eastman was.
I was asked what?
When the last time you saw Mr. Eastman was.
Okay, yes.
And you told Deputy Robbins earlier in the morning on February 16th, 2020, that you last saw Mr. Eastman approximately a week ago.
I don't recall that.
And you would agree with me that approximately a week before February 16th would have been February 9th.
Honestly, don't recall that.
Do you, you know that a week is 7 days, correct, sir?
Excuse me?
You know a week is 7 days.
Yes.
And so 7 minus February 16th would be February 9th.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Doing the math, yes.
So you told Deputy Robbins on February 16th, 2020, earlier in the morning, that you last saw Kevin Eastman on February 9th, 2020.
I don't recall. I don't recall saying that.
And you recalled on direct examination that you had a meeting with these DAs and Detective Porter, or Jerry, as you like to call him, on December 17th, 2021.
Yes.
It was about 10 in the morning. Yes or no?
Yes, I mean,
The meeting was at the DA's office,
yes.
and they were there, and you were there, because they were preparing you for your testimony at a previous trial setting date.
Prepare me for testimony for what?
A previous trial setting date for this case.
Okay.
Is that correct? That trial didn't happen because of COVID.
Yes.
And they were there meeting you to go over questions about what you were going to testify to,
Yes.
to prepare you.
Yes.
And when they were preparing you, they told you that you and Mr. Eastman's phones were both traveling together from Kersey to Fort Lupton,
Correct.
and that they had evidence of that.
Correct.
And so you were asked again on that day with these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021, whether Mr. Eastman came to your house on February 8th or February 9th.
I don't recall that, but I do remember him riding along with me.
That's not my question. My question is that during that trial prep meeting on December 17th, 2021 at the DA's office, you were asked if Mr. Eastman came to your house on February 8th or February 19th.
I don't recall that, but I don't.
And you told these detectives and Detective Porter, no.
I don't recall that.
The DAs sitting here and Detective Porter asked you if you had any contact with Mr. Eastman on February 8th or February 9th, and you said no.
I don't recall that.
So let's go back to Mr. Eastman not showing up for work on February 4th. As we've discussed, Mr. Eastman essentially did not show up on the agreed upon date on February 4th to begin work.
Correct. Okay. Yes.
And you told Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020 that Mr. Eastman also did not call you on February 4th.
I don't believe so.
And again, Detective Schall was just wanting to know when the last time you spoke to Mr. Eastman was.
I believe I talked to him when he was in the mountains.
That wasn't my question, My question was Detective Schall just wanted to know when the last time you saw Mr. Eastman was.
I don't recall that, but,
And it was fresh in your mind at the time?
huh?
It was fresh in your mind at the time you spoke to Detective
I
Shaw?
mean, I believe so.
Just happened the week before? Or a couple days beforehand?
I believe so, yeah.
And you told Detective Shell multiple times on February 16th, 2020, that you were telling him the truth.
Oh, yes,
You told Detective Shell multiple times that you were telling him the God's honest truth.
yes,
And again, Detective Shell, you knew that he was working on a first-degree murder case.
I don't recall saying that, but sure.
I didn't ask you if you said that. I asked you if you knew, or you knew at the time, Detective Shaw was working on a first-degree murder case.
I believe, yes,
And you told Detective Shell that you didn't hear from Mr. Eastman and he just showed up on the evening of February 15th.
correct.
You told Detective Shaw that you never saw Mr. Eastman until he showed up on your property on the evening of February 15th.
I don't recall. I don't recall that conversation, but
And he didn't show up. I think a fucking week goes, past that, and finally, finally he shows up. Yeah.
And so last night is when he first showed up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally fucking shows up, and, I'm like, as I can see headlights coming in the property, and
You, in fact, at one point told Detective Shaw that Mr. Eastman had ghosted you.
correct.
But that changed again when you met with these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021.
I don't recall that.
Okay? And leading up to that meeting, you had multiple interactions with law enforcement about this
Correct.
case.
Correct.
So let's talk about some of those. You had spoken to Detective Shaw and Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, as we talked about.
Again, I don't recall the names, but
Okay, but you knew
I
you
just
talked
saw the clips, so yes.
And as we've heard this morning, that meeting went on for nearly 6 hours.
Correct.
You spoke to Detective Porter, or Jerry, as you like to call him, on the phone on February 17th, 2020.
Correct.
You spoke to Detective Porter again on the phone on February 18th, 2020.
I don't recall.
You also called Detective Porter on February 20th, 2020.
I don't recall.
And you also had 3 deputies with the Weld County Sheriff's Office, including Detective Geyer, Detective Fick, and Deputy Johnson, at your residence at your request on February 20th, 2020.
Okay, yes.
And they were there for over an hour.
Sure, I mean. I
And
don't
you had,
recall
sorry?
I don't recall the amount of time.
You had Detective Porter at your residence not once, but twice on February 27th, 2020.
I don't recall.
You spoke to Detective Porter on the phone on December 10th, 2020.
I don't recall, but
You texted back and forth with Detective Porter multiple times on that
yes,
day.
I do remember that.
Because you texted with Jerry a bunch of times throughout this case.
I do remember that.
Yeah. You spoke to Detective Porter on the phone again on December 22nd, 2020.
I don't recall.
And you met with both Detective Porter and Detective Geyer for an hour and a half in person in a parking lot on December 29th, 2020.
No, it's maybe 15 minutes.
So it's your testimony today was maybe 15 minutes?
It wasn't an hour and a half. It was raining, snowing, everybody's wet. I don't think it was very long. 30 minutes. I mean, if you're gonna hold me to 15 minutes, then I'll say no longer than 30 minutes. I don't think.
And you even called Detective Porter right after that meeting to speak with him some more about this case.
I don't recall that.
And you'd agree with me, though, that Detective Jerry Porter has made himself readily available to you.
Do I agree with that? Yeah, sure.
Okay? You knew how to speak to Detective Porter whenever you wanted to.
Well, I spoke to him more than I cared to.
That's fair.
So.
But again, my question
I don't think it was, I didn't have him on speed dial, but.
My question was, you knew how to speak to Detective Porter whenever you wanted to.
Sure. Yes.
And when you met with these DAs and Detective Porter on February 27th, 2021, for your witness prep meeting, you were asked if Mr. Eastman appeared at your house the evening of February 15th.
Yes.
If Mr. Eastman showed up before the evening of February 15th, 2020.
Yes.
And you told these DAs and Detective Porter that you did not remember Mr. Eastman being at your house before February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall.
And just like you were adamant when you told Detective Shaw on February 16, 2020, that you did not remember Mr. Eastman being at your house before the evening of February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall that.
Just like you also told Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, that you did not see Mr. Eastman being at your house before February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall that either.
And at that point, during your witness prep meeting with these DAs and Detective Porter on December 27th, 2021, they gave you a heads up that evidence existed that wasn't true.
I don't recall that.
These DAs and Detective Porter gave you the heads up before you were expected to testify that there was evidence that showed Mr. Eastman was in fact at your residence prior to February 15th, 2020.
Again, I don't recall having that conversation.
And it was after they told you this that you remembered talking to Mr. Eastman before February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall.
And it was after these DAs and Detective Porter or Jerry gave you the heads up that you remembered seeing Mr. Eastman before February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall.
And when you met with the DAs, when you met with Detective Porter and Detective Geyer a year prior, so on December 29th, 2020, you learned that your DNA was found on Ms. Frank.
I was told it was found on a pack of cigarettes.
That your DNA was found in a pack of cigarettes on her deceased body.
I did not hear that.
And you were asked at that point to explain why that was.
Yeah, I don't recall hearing that. I recall being asked about a pack of cigarettes how would that have my DNA be on a pack of cigarettes?
That was located on Ms. Frank.
I did not hear the part where she had a pack of cigarettes on a deceased body.
Okay, can I have one moment, please?
mean, that's like, you know, fuck cigarette packs. I mean,
The cigarette pack was found on it.
So again, you learned on December 29th, 2020, that the cigarette packages were found, or cigarette pack with your DNA on it was found on Miss Rank.
Yeah,
So we just saw, right?
Yeah, I just watched it, yes.
Okay. And you were asked to explain this over and over again during that meeting with Detective Geyer and Detective Porter on December 29th, 2020.
I was asked to do what?
Explain how that could be, how your DNA could be on Miss Frank's
And
DNA.
I had no explanation
Right.
other than,
No, I'm asking the questions, okay? You could never provide Detective Porter or Detective Geyer on that date an explanation.
no,
And they told you that this was a problem.
okay, yes,
They told you it was likely a problem that needed to be fixed because someone could use it to paint you as a suspect.
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay?
So, and you don't smoke, we've already said that. So now we're trying to figure out how is your DNA, one, on Heather, two, on the cigarettes? How is that? We don't know, and we can't say anything other.
So, okay.
And we don't want someone painting you as a suspect if you're not. And that's not what we're doing.
So when you met with these DAs and Jerry, about a year after that meeting, you told them at that time you were going to be, quote, straight up with them.
I don't recall that.
You told them because at that point, on December 21st, 27th, 2021, you, quote, remember this shit.
I don't recall that, sorry.
And you suddenly remembered Mr. Eastman going with you in your semi to Halliburton in Fort Lupton.
Yes, I did, as it was, I think Valentine's Day was mentioned, and that's what.
We'll get to that, sir. And after almost 2 years, you suddenly remembered Mr. Eastman riding with you in your semi for about 6 hours.
Correct.
And you suddenly remembered that over 2 years later, after this meeting with Detective Porter and Detective Geyer.
Correct.
And you also, nearly 2 years later, suddenly remembered Mr. Eastman showing up at your residence before February 15th, 2020.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. We're talking about a conversation of December of 2021.
Why don't you clarify that?
Okay. Again, when you met with these DAs and Detective Porter on February 27th, 2021, you remembered and told them that Mr. Eastman had been on your property before February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall that conversation, but I don't recall that.
And as you started to say earlier, just a few moments ago, it was during this meeting, your witness prep meeting on December 27th, 2021, that you also remembered having a conversation with Mr. Eastman about Valentine's Day.
That he was going to cook her a dinner, yes.
Okay. And I think you also testified on direct examination that Mr. Eastman was going to propose.
I don't remember having that conversation about proposing.
And again, it was after this conversation with Detective Porter and Detective Geyer when they told you that Ms. Frank's cigarettes were located on her with your DNA, that you told these DAs about a year later that if you had touched cigarettes on Ms. Frank, it would have been while you were in, or touched cigarettes, excuse me, it would have been while you were in your semi with Mr. Eastman.
It could, yes.
And you had previously told detectives that when Mr. Eastman showed up out of the blue on February 15th, 2020, he was just there to drop off his tools in your garage and meet Miss Edmonds.
And what?
Meet Miss Edmonds.
Correct.
And because the DAs and Detective Porter nearly 2 years later were finding out that this wasn't true, they also asked you about when Mr. Eastman put his belongings in your garage. And for clarification, that was during that witness prep meeting in December 2021.
Sure. Okay.
And you told these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021, quote, "I remember the whole scenario."
I don't recall that, saying that.
You also told these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021, quote, "I guess I had my date screwed up when I actually let him unload his shit."
Correct.
So nearly 2 years later, you remembered Mr. Eastman dropping off his tools before going with you to Fort Lupton.
Correct.
And nearly 2 years later, you remembered Mr. Eastman dropping off his tools before February 14th, Valentine's Day.
I don't recall that. I don't.
And when you met with these DAs and Detective Porter, again, nearly 2 years later, you also discussed when Mr. Eastman would have met Miss Edmonds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on February 16th, 2020, you told Detective Schau that after Mr. Eastman unloaded his tools the night before, he came inside and met Miss Edmonds.
Correct.
And that was because, again, Miss Edmonds was working for you.
He what? Say it again.
Miss Edmonds was working for you at the time.
Yes, part-time.
And you wanted to do a, quote, meet and greet kind of thing.
Yeah, that wasn't her purpose, sole purpose of being at the...
Correct. And you said on February 16th, 2020, again to Detective Schau, that Mr. Eastman met Miss Edmonds on February 15th, 2020.
That evening, yes.
And nearly 2 years later, when you met with these DAs and Detective Porter, you remained consistent that Mr. Eastman met Miss Edmonds after he unloaded his tools.
Yes.
But since at that point, during that conversation, that changed to Mr. Eastman dropping off his tools before February 14th, Valentine's Day, you also told these detectives, Detective Porter and these DAs, that Mr. Eastman first met Miss Edmonds before February 14th.
I don't recall. I don't recall having that conversation.
And on December 17th, 2021, you told these DAs and Detective Porter that Mr. Eastman was introduced to Miss Edmonds before you went to Halliburton.
Sure. Yes.
And you also told them that you went to Halliburton before Valentine's Day.
Yes.
And during that same witness prep meeting with these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021, they also told you that they had phone records that placed you at Miss Frank's residence.
don't recall that.
These DAs and Detective Porter gave you the heads up that there was evidence in this case that placed you in the area of Ms. Frank's residence, specifically on February 11th, 2021.
I believe that's the day that I went over
Raising of the question and
looking for
argument.
Kevin.
Wait, why don't you re-ask or rephrase the question?
Yes, sir, thank you. On December 17th, 2021, you learned from these DAs and Detective Porter that there was evidence in this case that placed you in the area of Ms. Frank's residence on February 11th, 2020.
I don't recall that.
And again, as we've reviewed, you've had multiple occasions to speak to Jerry Porter about this case.
Correct.
You've had his phone number.
Yes.
You've texted with him.
A couple times, yes.
You've had phone conversations with him.
I believe, yes.
Met with him in person.
Yes.
Had his email address.
Yes.
And before December 17th, 2021, at no point did you tell Detective Porter that you were in the area of Ms. Frank's residence on February 11th, 2020.
I don't recall that. I do remember driving over there, though.
And when you met with Detective Shaw on let me ask you this way. Earlier this morning with Mr. Wren, you testified that you did not remember seeing headlights coming onto your residence when Mr. Eastman arrived.
I can't remember if I saw headlights or not.
That's not my question. This morning, you told these ladies and gentlemen of this jury under oath that you did not remember seeing headlights come on your property when Mr. Eastman arrived.
Yes.
And you also told this jury that you did not know who it was when they arrived.
Well, I mean, I was told that he told me that he had a Subaru.
That's not my question, sir. My question was, you told this jury earlier this morning that you did not know who it was when Mr. Eastman arrived on your property.
Okay, sure.
And when you met with Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2021, you told him that you knew it was Mr. Eastman when he arrived on your property on February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall that. But.
Okay.
Finally he shows up. Yeah.
And so last night is when he first showed up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally fucking shows up. And, I'm like, as I did see headlights coming in the property, and.
And the next clip, it's going to be below it.
Don't have any blinds on it. So I can see anybody coming into my property. Even if I'm sitting in the living room, I can see the reflection off the, it pings off the glasses, the glass and whatnot. So I knew he was coming, okay? I knew that was him. So I was.
So now let's discuss how you knew Mr. Eastman was on your property the evening of February 15th, 2020. You saw the headlights coming on to the property.
Yes.
And despite being inside your house, you saw the lights coming onto your property.
Yes.
And you told Detective Shaw that was because you can see lights coming into the property.
From the kitchen window, yes.
And later in your interview on February 16th, 2020, Detective Geyer further inquired about this.
I don't recall.
You told Detective Geyer that you saw Mr. Eastman's headlights when he unexpectedly arrived on your property on February 15th, 2020.
I don't recall.
Okay. recall telling Detective Geyer that your kitchen window was wide open and you don't have any blinds on your property?
It requires the what?
That your window was wide open and you did not have any blinds on your property?
I don't recall that either.
He goes by my window, my kitchen window's wide open, I don't have any blinds on it. So I can see anybody coming into my property, even.
The blinds, yes.
And you could also see anybody coming into your property even if you were sitting in the living room?
Perhaps, if I'm standing up.
Okay, do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 16, 2020, quote, even if I'm sitting in the living room, I can see the reflection off the, it pings off the glasses and the glass and whatnot?
Yes.
And during the beginning of your interview with Detective Shaw, you were asked how long Mr. Eastman was at your place the night before, meaning on February 15th, 2020.
Sure, yes.
And you first told Detective Shaw that Mr. Eastman was at your residence for 15 minutes.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then you told Detective Shaw that you maybe 20 minutes?
Sure. I mean, I don't want to.
If you don't remember,
I just don't remember. Like, if you're going to hold me to a few minutes, I just don't remember.
Yeah, just tell us if you don't remember. Just
I
let us
don't
know.
remember.
Okay, next question.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you changed that to say maybe 30 minutes.
Sure.
Again, you don't recall? Sir,
Huh?
do you not recall again?
For the sake of.
Wait. Do you recall or not?
I mean, I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was at your place last night.
Maybe 15 minutes, 20, maybe 30 minutes.
And you also described on direct examination this morning.
Just 1 second.
Sir, I asked the
you asked me
questions. Sir, I asked the questions.
Yeah, let her ask the question.
Oh, sure.
On direct examination this morning, you told these jurors or explained to these jurors how Mr. Eastman had to have turned around in your property to leave. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you met with Detective Schall on February 16, 2020, you told him that you did not watch him drive off, meaning Mr. Eastman.
No, I don't believe so.
From the time.
I'm confused as to what he's saying no to.
Okay.
What did you follow up with that?
So, can you tell us what you meant no by?
Huh?
What did you mean no by when you just testified no?
Oh, well, I thought what I was being asked was how long was he? I mean, there's no way, I don't know, like 30 minutes.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
You told Detective Schall that you did not watch him drive off.
Correct.
Vague as to whether that's from the property or turn around.
From the
prior to
property.
Dropping off his belongings. There's two.
Why don't you be a little more specific with the question?
You told Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020 that you did not watch him drive off when he left your property that evening on February 15th, 2020.
No, I did not.
You did not say that, or you did
No,
not?
I don't remember. I know I didn't see him drive off my property.
This is a good natural breaking point.
If I could just clarify one moment. Yes, it is. It is a good natural breaking point. When you said you did, you remember not seeing Mr. Eastman drive off from your property the February 15th evening, do you recall also telling Detective Schall that?
I don't recall that, but rolling.
From the time, I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch him drive off.
Sure. But at that time.
It's a good breaking point now, sir. Thank you.
Great, we're going to take our lunch break for about an hour,
1:15. I'd like to get started at 1:15 today. Once again, I want to instruct you until the trial is completed. Please don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, witnesses, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of this courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. I'd like to get started at 1:15, so if you can get here a few minutes before, that would be wonderful. And let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Okay, we are outside the presence of the jury. If you want to step down, you're welcome to. I'm going to continue your subpoena. I want you to be back and ready at 1:15, okay? 1:15. Mr. Wren, any other issues?
If we could do it after Mr. Bennett leaves the court.
Sure. Ms. Devereaux, anything else?
No.
So, Mr. Bernal, I'm going to have you and your lawyer just step outside for a moment. We're going to have a discussion about something outside of your presence. See you at 1:15. Okay, Mr. Bonnell's outside the courtroom. Mr. Rudd, anything you wanted to say?
Your Honor, the people are going to be asking to simply play the entirety of the videotaped interview of Detective Shaw and Detective Geyer on February 16, 2020, based on the totality of the cross-examination up to this point. Charge of recent fabrication, also pursuant to People v. Clark, 370 P. 3rd, 197.
Can you please repeat that and go slower?
Just the site.
Yeah.
Okay. People v. Clark, 370 P. 3rd, 197.
Thank you.
That's the people's position that the best evidence at this point is going to be the totality of the interview.
And tell me the date of the interview again and who it was with.
Yes, it was midday on February 16th after Mr. Bonnell had been brought out of his house and taken down to the Will County Sheriff's Office. The initial interview was conducted by Detective Tyler Shaw of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, and then part of the same video, there's a bit of a gap, and then Detective Mark Geyer comes in from the Will County Sheriff's Office and conducts additional interviews or interviewing, all part of the same ongoing interview.
And so how long is that interview?
It's, well,
It's nearly 6 hours long, sir.
that includes gaps in time that I believe we can fast forward where nobody's in the interview room, in the same way that we cut out gaps in Mr. Eastman's interview.
Okay.
But even with those gaps, it is long. I'm guessing probably still north of 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
So there are things in that interview that have nothing to do with the impeachment by Ms. Devereaux this morning?
Yes.
Well, but it's a prior consistent statement in light of the impeachment offered through cross-examination.
So I'll be glad to reread Clark, but I'll be glad to do that. I'm not going to rule now, but Ms. Devereaux, anything you would like to say?
I mean, I want to have an opportunity to read Clark as well, but my frustrations is it's been no secret to anyone sitting at that table that this would be a heavily impeached witness, very heavily. There's been multiple interviews. I mean, I have an entire binder of transcripts of every single time this witness has been talked to. And so I think it's ambush at this point to midway through my cross-examination to all of a sudden now request the entire interview be played to this jury, when we haven't had an opportunity to discuss redactions, information that's very prejudicial and otherwise would not be admissible.
What information is that?
I mean, sorry, there's 205 pages of transcript. I'd have to go line by line or through the 6 hours. It's just completely not feasible for me to do this when the reality is the government now just wants to limit my cross-examination in doing so, playing this entire interview. And that would, and let me just finish, please. That would also significantly impact my ability to highlight to this jury the lack of credibility of this witness and the bias and motive that this witness has to testify the way he's testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Wren.
I'm not asking to play the video now. She can impeach him however she wants. She can conduct cross-examination however she wants. I'm putting the court and counsel on notice that I am going to be asking to play the video, in my case in chief, as a prior consistent statement.
So you're saying the entire 3 hours or 6 hours is a prior consistent statement, even for issues that were not raised during her cross-examination?
Yes.
And so under Eppins, I believe, you're not allowed to bring in prior consistent statements until they are challenged. And so if there are things in there that are not being challenged, how do you get to bring in a prior consistent statement?
Because the totality, and I'll give the court authority for this as well, but she is challenging the totality of the statement. And when that is done in cross-examination, there are certain circumstances where the totality of the statement should come in as a prior consistent statement.
Do you have any other case law you want me to consider? You agree with my citation of people v. Eppins, EPP, ENS?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that addresses prior consistent statements, but there's also additional cases that I can provide.
What cases are those?
And I would have to identify those over the lunch hour. I believe one is Tyler, and there's a third one that I would have to provide to the court.
Do you have a citation?
And I would have to look that up.
Your Honor, I have some more cases.
Okay, do you have the citation of Tyler?
Not with me right now.
Tyler is 745 P. 2nd, 257. It's a Colorado Court of Appeals case from 1987.
Okay. What other cases would
And
you
the
like?
third case that I'm familiar with, again, I don't have the site right here in front of me, but I could look it up in the annotations as well, I believe, and that's Elie, E-L-I-E, if I remember correctly.
Any other cases, Ms. Devereaux?
Actually, yes. So I don't believe the cases cited by Mr. Wren are standing for the proposition that he believes they are. Instead, those cases support the proposition that, as the court indicated, that the entire statement is not admitted or cannot be admitted to rehabilitate testimony where only portion is relevant. And People v. Delgaitis, which is found at 606 P. 2nd, 840. It's a Colorado Supreme Court case from 1979. In that case, the trial court did not err in refusing to admit an entire tape recording of a statement made by the defendant after his arrest for the purpose of rehabilitating his testimony when only a portion of the recording was relevant to rebut the prior inconsistent statement used by the prosecution for impeachment purposes.
Okay. All right, well, I'll rule out 115 today. How much longer?
I'm sorry, so there's actually more cases.
Okay.
When the victim is impeached with respect to credibility, all prior consistent statements are admissible, not just those that are directly related to specific facts in question, and that's the Tyler case. I grab one moment.
cite for the Tyler case, if you've got it right there.
No, I'll just stand on the Delgaitis case right now, and I just asked for an opportunity to further research this issue.
What's the citation for Tyler?
I'll find it in just a moment.
You disagree with the defense's citation, 345 P. Second 257?
It's 745 P. Second 257 is the Tyler case.
745.
Tyler case can be found at 745 P. Second 257, and it's a Colorado Court of Appeals case from 1987.
Okay. You want to perhaps email me during the lunch hour? I just don't want to be starting to read cases for the first time at 1:15. When you come back, I'll read the cases that you cited during the lunch hour, and we'll see you back at 1:15, okay?
Thank you. Judge, did you have a good lunch?
Honestly, no.
Well, I had 4-day-old pizza, if that matters to you.
I read case law.
Did you not get to eat it all?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. What I do is. I just hit Google. It helps to find my select. There it goes. Oh, this morning. Oh, this morning.
Okay, we are back on the record in People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. It is 1:17. We're outside the presence of the jury. The parties are all present. We left off with a legal issue that was brought before the court. The issue is, according to the prosecution, is since the defense has had an opportunity to play portions of the recorded interview of Mr. Bunnell, where Mr. Bunnell, for many of the questions, indicated he didn't remember and needed to have his memory refreshed or impeached through those small portions. The issue is whether the prosecution should be allowed under the rule of completeness and to show prior consistent statements to allow the prosecution to play the entire recorded interview. The defense is indicating that they should not be allowed to do that for various reasons, and the prosecution believes they should. And the prosecution cited some cases over the lunch hour, which I read, including People v. Tyler, People v. Holstead, People v. Eppins, which I cited this morning, and People v. Clark. I don't want to rehash the legal arguments. Is there anything anybody wants to add to anything that they've said rather than repeat what they've said?
No, sir.
guess I would take issue with the characterization that the impeachment up to this point of Mr. Bunnell by defense counsel has been focused on refreshing his memory. I think there has been a challenge to a lot of statements that he made during direct examination. Defense counsels repeatedly prefaced the question with, "You told this jury on direct examination this. Now I'm going to show you what you said previously." And that has happened, I didn't count the number of times so far that he has been impeached with a prior inconsistent statement.
There was a combination of prior inconsistent statements and refreshing memory.
Right, and there's also a charge of recent fabrication in light of the allegation that during a witness prep meeting, he was provided with new information that then changed his statements as well.
Okay, thank you. So the court has considered the cases that were provided to the court. So by no means am I going to be precluding the prosecution from, if they can meet the foundational requirements of prior consistent statements under People v. Eppins, for them to do that. People v. Tyler, 745 P. 2nd 257, Colorado Court of Appeals, 1987, stands for the proposition that, and People versus DELGUIDICE, 606 P. 2nd 840, Colorado Supreme Court, 1979, that the rule of completeness does not extend to permit the admission of irrelevant portions of a document to explain the portion already in evidence. Instead, the determination of how much of a prior consistent statement is admissible is based upon its relevance and probative value. Tyler goes on to say, if the impeachment or charge of fabrication goes only to specific facts, then only consistent statements regarding those specific facts are relevant and admissible. If, however, the impeachment was general and not limited to specific facts, then consistent statements are relevant and probative. Based on the cross-examination of Ms. Devereaux in this case, the court's going to find that the impeachment of Mr. Bunnell was to specific facts, not to his general fabrication or lack of memory in this case. So the court is, while the court is certainly going to allow the prosecution to bring up portions of relevant, consistent statements that were raised during cross-examination, the court is not going to allow the prosecution to play a 6-hour DVD of his entire interview with breaks. Apparently it's about 3 hours long, but the court's going to find that that would not be appropriate under what I've heard this morning based on the rule of completeness. So, Mr. Wren, you're welcome to bring up prior consistent statements, but not play the entire 3-hour or 6-hour DVD. Okay? Are we ready for the jurors?
Just, Your Honor, I would just request that if the government elects to play the video or portions of the videos the court just authorized, that the court either give the government a deadline to give us a proposed redacted video so we have time to review it, given the length of the entire interview. There are, and I went back to my office, and I could at least remember off the top of my head, there is a portion where Mr. Bonnell talks about our client's prior driving records as to why Mr. Bonnell would have to pick him up from Ms. Frank's house. And so that would obviously not be coming in, those driving convictions. And so there's just a host of potential redactions.
So I'm not going to require the prosecution to give you notice of what they intend to use for prior consistent statements. You already have discovery of that. I would suspect that Mr. Wren is experienced enough that he's not going to try to bring in any other type of 404B evidence or prior bad acts to show prior consistent statements. Do you agree, Mr. Wren?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jurors in. Hope you had a good lunch hour. Welcome to be seated. Mr. Bonnell, I'm going to have you resume the witness stand. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath. Let us know when you're ready. To continue your examination, Ms. Navarro.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bonnell, good afternoon.
Yes.
Mr. Bonnell, this morning we discussed in your testimony your ability to see headlights from the kitchen and living room area of your residence, correct?
Yes.
The one place that you told law enforcement you couldn't see someone coming into your property was from your bedroom.
I couldn't see what?
The one place in your residence that you have previously told law enforcement that you could not see someone coming into your property is from your bedroom.
Who's been into the property? Okay, that's fair.
Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And that specifically was said to Detective Geyer.
Is what? Yeah, okay.
Okay. And you told Detective Geyer that your bedroom does not face the direction of your driveway.
No.
So do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Okay, you're not denying that you told Detective Geyer that?
No.
Okay. And you also told Detective Geyer that you went to bed around 3 a.m. the evening of February 15th into February 16th.
I don't have the exact times.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that you don't remember telling Detective Geyer that you told him.
I don't remember the exact time, but it sounds, maybe. I mean, I think I said, I don't know, 3:34, somewhere around there.
What time did you guys go to bed?
I told the last guy, Tyler or whatever, I want to say it was around 3 a.m.
And you also told Detective Geyer that you were in your bedroom before that time.
Yes.
Specifically, you told Detective Geyer that you went into your bedroom around 11 p.m.
I don't recall the exact time, but okay, yes.
Do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020 that you were in your bedroom starting around 11 p.m.?
Yes.
You also told Detective Geyer that you and Miss Edmonds spent some time in your bedroom before falling asleep at 3 a.m.
Again, I don't know that it was exactly 3 a.m.
Okay. And again, you were in your bedroom past 11 p.m., so you wouldn't be able to see a vehicle coming onto your property past 11 p.m.
More than likely, no.
So at 9:42 p.m., you would have been able to see Mr. Eastman come onto your property.
Are you insinuating I was looking out the window, or?
Again, your previous testimony was just that you could not see anyone coming into your property from your bedroom, and that you were in your bedroom starting around 11 p.m. And so, as you testified earlier, you would be able to see anyone coming onto your property from your living room or your kitchen.
I mean, I would see lights, like, flickering off the windows. Yes, that doesn't.
So if you were in your bedroom starting at 11 p.m., you would have been able to see Mr. Eastman coming onto your property at 9:42 p.m.
I don't recall having an event of seeing him at 9:46 p.m.
Do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, that you left the living room at 9:42 so that you would have seen You're telling Detective Geyer that you would have seen Mr. Eastman coming onto the property at 9:42 p.m.
I don't recall 9:42, but I mean, you can see lights if you're standing in the living room, there's windows all around the front of the house. So cars that you drive by the house, you can see headlights,
Sir, my question is,
reflectance.
do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, that it's 9:42 you would have seen Mr. Eastman coming on the property?
Sure, yes.
Do you recall telling him that, or are you just agreeing with me to agree?
I don't recall that. Roland.
So 9:42, you should have seen him come on the property, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when Mr. Eastman appeared at your residence on the evening of February 15th, 2020, he asked you, or excuse me, there was a discussion about when the two of you would start work.
When the two of us did what?
Would start work.
Yes.
You told Mr. Eastman to come back the next morning to begin working.
Yes, I believe so.
And you also told Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020, that next day, February 16th, was going to be a rest day.
Yes.
A rest?
A rest day, a day to rest.
Okay.
But that you still told Mr. Eastman to come by.
What a bad boss. I mean, I don't remember saying that, but okay.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you told Mr. Eastman to come by the next day?
Okay.
Do you recall
Sure.
that? Yeah.
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
But at any rate, he was, I told him, look, tomorrow's a rest day for me, you know, if you want to come by and we'll fucking discuss what needs to be done, then we can do that.
Okay.
And that was,
So you told Mr. Eastman to come to your property on February 16th and discuss what needed to be done.
yes.
You did not have a set time for him to show up on February 16th.
No.
Instead, you told Mr. Eastman to come over mid-morning or so.
Yes. Sure. Yes.
Are you?
I don't remember, but I mean, we can watch the tape. I just don't remember. It's been too long.
so, come over fucking mid-morning, man, or something. I said, I want to sleep, bro.
Sure.
Sure.
And so there was an agreement that Mr. Eastman would come back the morning of February 16th, 2020.
Yes.
And during your interview with at the Weld County Sheriff's Office on February 16th, 2020, you were directly asked whether you had heard or seen Mr. Eastman the morning of February 16th.
Yes.
At the beginning of your interview with Detective Schall, you were asked when the last time you saw Mr. Eastman was.
Objection asked and answered.
It's been asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection.
Consistent with your direction that you gave Mr. Eastman, you told Detective Schall that morning that you saw Mr. Eastman, quote, this morning.
Objection asked and answered.
So it's been asked and answered already. Let's move on.
It hasn't, Judge.
Okay.
It's impeachment because he previously told this jury that he did not see Mr. Eastman the morning of February 16th.
When did you see Mr. Eastman last?
It would have been the 15th.
Okay, next question.
Again, you told Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020, that you saw him that morning.
Objection asked and answered.
And it's impeachment.
Cross-examination.
It's not, it's impeachment.
I
And I
know
did
it
not
is
previously, may I finish? It has not been asked and answered. I have not gone through this line of questioning with him yet.
So I'll overrule the objection. You can ask the question.
Again, Do you recall telling Detective Shell on February 16th, 2020, that you saw Mr. Eastman that morning?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't.
When's the last time you saw him?
This morning?
This morning?
Yeah.
Okay, what time this morning?
Your Honor, I'd ask that the remainder of that statement be allowed to be played.
You can certainly try to elicit it during your redirect examination.
Later in that same interview with Detective Shell on February 16th, 2020, you were asked whether you heard from Mr. Eastman again after he unloaded his tools the evening of February 15th.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Yep. Later in that same interview with Detective Shell, you were asked whether you heard from Mr. Eastman again after he unloaded his tools the evening of February 15th.
If I had heard from him or seen him?
Both, either.
I don't believe so.
You don't?
I don't remember hearing from him.
Okay. And because you told Detective Shell that you did not hear or see Mr. Eastman again after he left your property the evening of February 15th.
That's correct. Yeah.
So let's now talk about the next morning, February 16th again. You told Detective Shell the morning of February 16th that you had turned your phone off.
I turned it on, so I don't recall, but I don't recall turning it off either.
Okay.
It's like, come over fucking mid-morning, man, or something. I said, I want to sleep, bro.
Sure.
So I never got to sleep, I just, my phone, I turned the bugger off.
Yeah.
Or silent, because it just rings and rings, and
Oh, yeah.
I get woke up, and at any rate,
So you turned your phone off or put it on silent because all you wanted to do that morning was sleep.
Yes, I was dispatching.
Excuse me?
Oh, I've been dispatching.
Okay. And so all you wanted to do was sleep because you had been up that evening before Miss Edmonds left.
Yes.
And you told Detective Shell that the morning of February 16th, you were, quote, sound asleep before law enforcement arrived.
Yeah, I believe I was just starting to doze off, yes.
So is it your testimony today that you were just starting to doze off, or do you agree with me that you...
Ma'am, sleep, I don't know, I just remember getting woke up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
And so on February 16th, 2020, you told Detective Shell that you were sound asleep.
they treated you. Yeah, well, I mean.
Are you asking him a question?
I am, and
He hasn't answered it yet, so you shouldn't be playing the video until he answers it. So answer the question. Did you tell the officer that you were sound asleep?
yes.
thank you. And that you were sound asleep when you heard faint shoutings of officers?
Yes.
And later that same day, when you spoke to Detective Geyer, you also told him that you were asleep.
Yes.
And you told Detective Geyer you, quote, woke up out of a dead sleep.
Yes.
But instead of being asleep that morning, you were actually awake.
Okay.
Objection vague as to time.
Yeah, why don't you re-ask the question? And then again, when you say okay,
Sure,
I don't know what that means. She's going to re-ask you a question. If you can answer it other than okay, because we don't know what that means.
Sure.
And you were awake specifically at 8:23 a.m. on February 16th, 2020.
Yeah, I was awake.
And we know you were awake because you called Mr. Eastman's phone at 8:23 a.m. that morning.
I don't recall that. I don't recall calling anybody.
Okay. When you spoke to Detective Shaw, you indicated that you, again, never heard of Scott Sessions. So the next thing you were asked about was whether you had heard about or knew Miss Frank.
And when was I asked?
On February 16th, 2020, with Detective Shaw.
This is kind of all jumbling up here, so can you ask it one more time?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
When you first met with Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, you were asked if you knew Miss Frank.
If I knew her?
Yes.
Yes.
Knew of her.
Yes.
And you told Detective Shaw that you did not know her well?
Well, I mean, I knew of her through Kevin.
Okay. You knew that she was Mr. Eastman's girlfriend?
On and off. That was yep.
And again, Mr. Eastman only worked for you about 4 or 5 days out of a month?
And what year was that? I mean, I don't know. As far as
Well, that's the next question. And again, you also told Detective Shaw that you had no interaction with Miss Frank without Mr. Eastman being present.
I don't recall that many years ago, but I'm pretty sure that's probably the only time I ever seen her.
Okay.
When I was either dropping him off or picking him up.
And so because of this limited interaction and limited acquaintance with Miss Frank, you didn't really know each other very well.
I mean, are you telling me?
You didn't know Miss Frank well.
I did not know her like Kevin would, but
Okay.
I knew who she was.
And despite not knowing Miss Frank well or having very limited interactions with her, just dropping Mr. Eastman off, you knew Miss Frank did not like you.
Objection, foundation.
Well, I mean, I don't think Kevin liked me for that matter.
Wait. What's the response to the objection?
I didn't hear the objection. I'm sorry, sir.
Foundation. Much like more of a foundation as to how he would have known that Ms. Frank liked or did not like him.
That's news to me.
Yep. Nope. That's a question that I'm asking of her.
And Your Honor, this is more of an impeachment for building up the fact that he just repeatedly said he did not know Ms. Frank well.
So if you want to lay more of a foundation how he would know that or not, that would be fine.
You had multiple conversations with Mr. Eastman about Ms. Frank.
I don't recall numerous conversations about her.
You had conversations about Ms. Frank not liking you.
Objection, hearsay.
I can't lay a foundation without emitting some sort of hearsay. It's just a matter of the whole point of this cross is that he says he doesn't know her, and she didn't know him very well, but yet it's contradicting because he knew she didn't like him.
The source of the information is hearsay, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. You testified earlier this morning that you last saw Ms. Frank in 2016.
I did what?
You told this jury that you last saw Ms. Frank in 2016. This morning.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked that same question by Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, about when the last time you saw Ms. Frank was.
Yes.
And on that day, you told Detective Shaw that you last saw Ms. Frank 8 months beforehand.
Before Kevin?
Before being present and interviewing with Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020.
think so. I mean, I doubt that. I hadn't seen him and her in years.
Okay, so it's your testimony this afternoon that you did not tell Detective Schau that you last saw Ms. Frank 8 months before your interview on February 16th, 2020.
That's before my interview. I don't recall that.
Okay.
Fuck. I haven't seen her. I mean, it's been like 8 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later that day, you spoke to Detective Geyer and you were asked the same exact question. Do you recall that?
No.
Detective Geyer, when Detective Geyer asked you when the last time you saw Miss Frank was, you said a year ago.
After 6 hours of sitting in a room, I mean, I don't know.
Is it your testimony today that you do not recall to telling Detective Geyer that the last time you saw Heather Frank was a year ago, a year before February 16th, 2020?
No. I mean, I don't recall that.
Here. You know, that's the last time you saw her. Like a year ago? Okay. Yeah. But she's just real.
And this morning you testify, or you just testified this afternoon too, that you knew that Mr. Eastman and Miss Frank were in an on-again, off-again relationship, correct?
That's the way I understood it.
Okay. And throughout the numerous times that you have met with law enforcement, you were asked a similar question.
Numerous times, I don't recall numerous times, but.
On February 20th, 2020, you met with, again, Detective Fick, Detective Geyer, and Deputy Johnson at your residence.
Okay, yes.
They came to your residence at your request.
Okay, yes.
And on that day, you told them that you thought Mr. Eastman was, quote, done with her.
Well, yeah, from what I gathered from when he wasn't working for me anymore.
But when you met with these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021 to prepare for your testimony, you told them that Mr. Eastman was coming back from Parachute to ask Ms. Frank to marry him.
I don't remember those exact words, coming back from Parachute to ask him. I remember him telling me that he wanted to cook her a Valentine's Day dinner. That was the extent of that. I don't remember the proposal part though, but.
What?
I don't remember the proposal.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that you did not tell these DAs and Detective Porter on December 17th, 2021 that Mr. Eastman was coming back from Parachute.
He said he wanted to get back together with her.
Let me finish my question, sir, please. That Mr. Eastman was coming back from Parachute to ask Ms. Frank to marry him.
If I said that, then, okay, yes.
When Mr. Eastman arrived at your house on February 15th, 2020, he initially did not knock on your door when he arrived.
When?
When Mr. Eastman arrived at your property on February 15th, 2020, he did not knock on your door when he initially arrived.
No.
He didn't ring a doorbell.
No, That's when I met him outside.
Right. And so you walked outside and greeted Mr. Eastman.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you spoke to Mr. Eastman outside of your garage.
Yes.
And you spoke to Mr. Eastman while on your driveway.
Yes.
And you walked by Mr. Eastman's car.
No.
Okay. You told Detective Schall that you did not watch Mr. Eastman unload his belongings.
No, I don't believe I watched him unload.
Okay. But that you did clear a spot in the garage for Mr. Eastman to put his tools.
Yes.
And that you stood outside with him by your garage.
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020, that Mr. Eastman backed his car up to the garage and you stood there?
I remember I told him to go to the east side and to unload his tools. And I walked out to the east side of the shop, went back inside the shop and opened up the east side door. By that time, he was already parked and had his hatch up.
And you told Detective Schall that you spoke with Mr. Eastman for 10 minutes.
Sure, yes.
Are you saying yes? So I move on to the next question. Or are you saying yes because I remember it?
Well, I mean, if I would have known I was going to be held to my feet to the fire for every minute of everything that, we're talking about 2.5. But you know what? I don't even want to say how long ago it was because that'll be wrong. So I'm just trying to be as congenial as I can. I just don't remember times exactly down to the minute. I'm sorry, I just don't.
That's fair.
And you can show me all the footage in the world, but I honestly, I don't even know. I look at that and that's me. But ma'am, I don't remember that far back.
Okay, so
And I apologize. So I don't remember standing outside with him for 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't.
That's fine. So if you don't remember your testimony today is that you don't recall standing by Mr. Eastman by his vehicle outside of your garage for 10 minutes.
I don't recall standing by his vehicle.
For 10 minutes.
For any minutes.
So how long do you think your conversation was out here by your garage?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Man, I can give you something, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to vague whether or not that's the first conversation in front of his garage or the conversation by the east side of the garage.
And Mr. Wren can certainly get up on direct examination and clarify that.
I'd like to know now, so where that conversation was?
Yes, he was wanting to unload his tools. That was really the gist of it. The car was sitting on its axle.
Okay.
And so, that was the gist of the whole.
Mm-hmm. It was almost dark out at the time.
Okay, yes.
And you told Detective Schall that despite it being almost dark, you could still see.
Yeah, I have a yard light.
In the very beginning of your interview with Detective Schall, you learned that law enforcement had been tracking Miss Frank and Mr. Eastman.
I don't know who I learned that from.
You learned that beginning of or on February 16th, 2020.
Yes, I remember hearing that when I went down to the station.
Mm-hmm. And you also learned that law enforcement had been using trackers to surveil the two of them for days.
I don't recall the two for days and all that, but I recall them saying that they had seen him or surveillance or saw or had him on camera or surveillance leaving her apartment with her in his car.
So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, That's what I remember hearing.
But from that, you knew that law enforcement knew that Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank were both on your property on February 15th, 2020.
I never saw Heather.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you knew from law enforcement that they had evidence that Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank were both on your property on February 15th, 2020.
Yes, they did say that they saw, witnessed or had surveillance of those two leaving her place and driving to my residence. They did tell me that, yes.
You learned that they left Ms. Frank's house in Greeley at 5:15 p.m.
I did?
Would it refresh your recollection to review a clip of that portion of the interview?
It was the same day?
Would it refresh your recollection to review a portion of your interview where you learned that Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank left Ms. Frank's house in Greeley at 5:15 on February 15th, 2020?
I did not know any time that they left their house.
So the question is whether listening to your statement would help you refresh your memory to answer that question.
I don't recall. I really don't.
The question is whether if Ms. Devereaux shows you a clip of your statement, whether that will help you refresh your memory.
Sure.
May I still finish?
Sure.
So is your memory refreshed now?
Yes.
So again, you learned on February 16th, 2020, from Detective Shaw, that law enforcement was aware that Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman left their house in Greeley at 5:15 p.m.
That's what was said, yes.
And that they drove directly to your house.
That's what I just heard.
And that law enforcement knew that they went directly to your house without any stops.
That's what I just heard.
After you learned this, you told Detective Shaw that you did not look into Mr. Eastman's car.
I was asked if I had seen inside his car.
And you told Detective Shaw that you did not look in.
Walk up to his car and look inside.
Let me ask the question, please. You told Detective Shaw after you learned that you did not look into Mr. Eastman's car.
Correct.
And the portion of the interview that you just reviewed was within the first 50 minutes of your interview with Detective Shaw. The first. Yep. So the clip that you just watched now, that was from within the first 50 minutes or so of your interview with Detective Shaw.
Okay.
2 hours later, you were still being interviewed by Detective Shaw. Correct? It was a 6-hour-long interview, as you noted there? Okay. And so by this point, you were told that a female body was located on your property.
Yeah, I was told that they were really concerned about Heather. They were trying to find her.
You were told, sorry, let me ask the question. You were told specifically first that a female body was located on your property.
Oh, yes.
And you were also, or you learned at that point that law enforcement believed that it could be Heather Frank.
They were hoping that it wasn't Heather Frank.
Of course, but they were concerned that it could be.
Yeah. I mean,
And after you learned that from Detective Shaw, you were also made aware that they were investigating after you learned from Detective Shaw that they were investigating a second homicide, you told Detective Shaw this did not add up because you only saw the back end of Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
fair enough, yeah.
You told Detective Shaw that you saw into the back end of Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
Yes, it appeared to
Objection
be.
vague as to whether he saw the back end or saw into the back end.
I will rephrase the question, sir. Mr. Eastman was driving a smaller subcompact crossover SUV,
Subaru, I believe it was a Subaru, yes.
and the vehicle had a hatch,
Yes,
and the hatch to Mr. Eastman's vehicle was up.
yes.
And you saw into the back area of Mr. Eastman's vehicle because the hatch was up.
I mean, yes, I guess, yeah. And, I mean, when I opened the door, the hatch was up.
And so you saw in Mr. Eastman's vehicle that he had tools.
Correct.
You saw that he had clothes.
I saw what?
He had clothing in his
I did
vehicle.
not see, I didn't inventory it right off. I mean, I didn't look at his, I just saw tools.
So it's your testimony today that you did not tell Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you also were able to see clothes because Mr. Eastman's hatch was up in his vehicle and you looked inside.
I saw clothes in the pile in my garage,
That's
but
not
I
my
don't
question.
remember seeing him inside his car.
Okay.
But there again.
Okay, and there's crap in the back?
Fucking, like, yeah, pile of tools,
Okay.
tools and clothes.
And you also, because you saw the clothes in the back of his vehicle, because you looked inside his vehicle, you also were aware he brought a pair of overalls with him.
Again, I didn't inventory his clothes.
But you told Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you even knew those overalls had the word cyclone on them.
I remember seeing the word cyclone, yes.
You also knew, because you looked in his vehicle, that he brought tool pouches with him.
Not because I looked at his, okay, so, I mean, I remember seeing in a pile, in fact, his lunchbox said cyclone also. So, yes.
And you also knew that he brought a skill saw with him.
I don't recall, but
Okay.
skill saw. Okay, I'm sure he did. He said he was doing construction, so that's probably fair.
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you saw specifically a skill saw?
Oh, yes.
Do you recall? Or
I don't remember, but.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. If
They
you
were
don't remember.
construction tools.
Okay, if you don't
They
remember.
were not
don't
rig
remember.
tools, they were construction tools.
Okay.
So,
Just trying to get as accurate of information as you.
I saw a skill saw.
And although you saw those items that we just discussed, you told Detective Shaw that you did not see Miss Frank when she came onto your property on February 15th, 2020.
no, I didn't.
And you told Detective Shaw that although you didn't see her, she very well could have been in the car.
I think it was probably asked a little bit differently than that, yeah.
Okay.
I think it was probably, I mean, for me to just like format that like that, and I'm not trying to solve anybody else's mystery. Somebody asked me if there was a chance that she was in the car, would you have been able to see her? And I said, I did not see anybody else in the vehicle.
So it's your testimony today that you did not tell Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that Ms. Frank very well could have been in the car.
I'm going to object this to speculation.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
I mean, I guess you're going to play the whole entire thing for me.
Sir, just answer my question.
I just
Yes or
don't
no,
remember
please.
saying it, man.
That's
But
fine.
It was fine.
Heather,
So she could have been in the car.
she could have been, yeah.
She could have been.
Later in that interview with Detective Shaw, you told him that you didn't know why Ms. Frank would be in the car, though.
I don't know what.
Why Ms. Frank would have been in the car on February 15th with Mr. Eastman.
I don't know why she would have.
And the reason why you didn't know why she would be there was because Mr. Eastman was showing up to work.
On that evening?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was showing up to work on the evening.
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, I don't know why she would be there because he was showing up to work?
Well, he's showing up to unload his tools and discuss whatever with me. And I mean, that was the gist of the whole deal. So I don't know why she would have been with him. Huh?
That was just.
That was the gist of what his visit was for.
That wasn't my question. My question was, do you recall telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you did not know why Ms. Frank would be with Mr. Eastman on February 15th, 2020, because he was showing up for work?
I think it's taken out of context, but
That's
to me, if he's coming to the ranch, that was showing up to discuss or whatever we're doing. I mean, I didn't have any nighttime activities. I don't think that she would have been there.
Can you just answer my question, yes or no, whether you remember telling?
Fair enough. So, yes, I said that.
And the reason why you didn't know why Ms. Frank would be with Mr. Eastman to show up to work was because she didn't work for you,
No,
and it was a Saturday night.
I didn't. I don't remember saying it. I just don't remember saying that kind of stuff, you know?
You would agree that February 15th was a Saturday night, 2020?
Yeah, I mean, so yes. But did I say, I don't think she should be here because it's Saturday night? No, I don't remember saying that.
Okay, so your testimony now is that you don't recall telling Detective Shaw that you didn't know why Ms. Frank would be with Mr. Eastman when he showed up because he was showing up for work.
Sure, but I know I didn't say because it's Saturday night.
Okay. Your Honor, I would just ask the court to take judicial notice that February 15th, 2020 was a Saturday under Rule CRE 201.
1 second, please.
No objection.
Thank you. So the court pursuant to Rule 201 of the Rules of Evidence is going to find that February 15th, 2020 was a Saturday.
Thank you, Judge. And again, as we've talked about many times, you were at the Weld County Sheriff's Office talking about a homicide for many. Let me finish, sir. You were at the Weld County Sheriff's Office talking about a homicide, potentially two, on February 16th, 2020 for many hours.
That is correct.
Two different detectives.
Sure, yes.
And when you met with each detective, they repeatedly reassured you that they were not looking at you for either homicide.
Okay, yes.
When you met with Detective Shaw, you learned that Larimer County was looking at Mr. Eastman.
I think there was more than two detectives.
That wasn't my question. I didn't ask you how many detectives there were. I asked you whether when you met with Detective Shaw, you learned that Larimer County was looking at Mr. Eastman for the homicide. Detective Schall stressed with you that Larimer County was, quote, definitely looking at Mr. Eastman for the death of Scott Sessions.
Okay, was this after they found the body on the property?
Would it refresh your recollection to hear the clip of the interview?
Sure.
Memory refreshed now, sir?
Yes.
So again, you learned from Detective Schall that Larimer County was, quote, definitely looking at Kevin Eastman for the death of Scott Sessions.
Yes.
And at one point, you even learned from Detective Schall that he was, quote, not bullshitting you, that they were not looking at you for this.
Yes, I've been told that for 2 years till now.
This morning, Mr. Wren asked you about whether or not you were a convicted felon. Do you remember that this morning?
Correct. Yes.
And you testified under oath to this jury that you had been convicted of 2 felonies. Do you remember that?
I thought it was 2 F4 felonies. Yes.
When in reality, it's actually 7 felonies.
Conviction asked and answered.
No, there's not.
So, wait,
I was convicted. Oh, go ahead.
I'll overrule the objection. You're welcome. Why don't you re-ask the question, and then you can answer it.
You've been convicted of 7 felonies.
No.
Okay. Your Honor, let me ask you this. You testified earlier this morning that you had 2 prior felony theft convictions.
I don't believe so. I go
through it all.
2 felonies.
We'll go through it all. So,
I believe so. I
was convicted of 2 felonies.
in 2010, you were convicted for a felony of second-degree trespass, entering a farmland with intent to commit another felony.
Your Honor, this was asked and answered on direct examination.
And we're going through each of the 7.
I'm overruling the objection. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you.
I don't recall getting convicted of whatever it was. I thought I was convicted of 2 F4 felonies, and I served 2 years in prison. I paid $80,000 in restitution. And that's
not the question. So the question is, do you believe that you have a conviction for second-degree trespass to farmland with the intent to commit a felony as stated by Ms. Devereaux? Yes or no?
Yes.
Next question.
Yes.
In that case, you stole 40 farmhouse-style hanging lamps.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And you stole those lamps from a house that was under construction.
Yes.
And after you stole them, you called a supply store named Uncle Benny's Building Supply and sold them for profit.
Yes.
And then in 2009, you had a felony conviction for theft between $1,000 and $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
Can you answer yes or no?
Yes.
And in that case, you broke into a construction company's trailer.
Yes.
And you stole several hand tools valuing over $15,000.
Yes.
And in 2009, you had another felony, so a third felony now, for possession of a controlled substance.
I was never convicted of controlled substance.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to be admitting at this time what's been marked as Defense Exhibit ZZ, and this is a certified copy of conviction for Mr. Troy Milo Bonnell for a Class 6 felony of possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, and I'm asking the court to take judicial notice of this under Criminal Rules of Evidence 201, and it's from Weld County Case 2009 CR 1572, and I'm showing Mr. Rudd.
Is that a certified copy?
Yes.
Why do you need me to take judicial notice if you have it coming in through that certified copy?
You can do it that way too.
Any objection to the admission?
No.
ZZ is admitted.
So in 2009, you were convicted of another felony, so this is the fourth felony, of theft by receiving $1,000 to $20,000.
Yes.
And then a second felony within that same case for aggravated motor vehicle theft.
Yes.
And in that case, you stole an ATV from a woman in Loveland between June 4th, 2009 and June 5th, 2009.
Yes.
And you grinded off the VIN number to that ATV.
Yes.
And then you contacted your neighbor, Jesus Galvez, and offered to trade him the ATV for a truck.
Yes.
And you did not tell Mr. Galvez that the ATV was stolen.
Yes.
And then you traded him the stolen ATV for a 1993 truck and $400 cash.
Yes. Yes.
And then again, in 2009, you had another felony conviction for theft between $1,000 and $20,000.
Yes.
And in that case, you stole a $1,900 green and yellow riding lawnmower from Long's Peak Equipment.
Yes.
And in that case, you also stole a John Deere Gator tractor valued at $3,500 from the Loveland RV Resort.
Yes.
And again, in 2009, you had another felony conviction for theft between $1,000 and $20,000.
Yes.
And in that case, you broke into the business of Front Range Structures on June 10th, 2009.
Yes.
And you stole 2 Bull Brand 3-burner built-in barbecues.
Yes.
You stole 2 stainless steel under-cabinet refrigerators.
Yes.
You stole 1 stainless steel grill drop and side burner.
Yes.
And you also stole 1 stainless steel drop-in ice chest.
Yes.
And then you pawned one of the compactable refrigerators.
Yes.
And you pawned also a stainless steel gas grill.
Yes.
And in pawning those 2 stolen items, you signed a contract with Easy Pawn attesting to ownership of them.
Yes.
Attesting to ownership of 2 items that you in fact did not legally own.
Yes.
And you actually lied and indicated that you would own those 2 items for 2 years.
Judge and jury?
Just yes or no, sir?
Yes.
And you then burglarized Front Range Structures again on August 24th, 2009.
Yes.
And that time you stole an outdoor island with a ceramic top.
Yes.
And you stole stainless steel cabinets.
Yes.
And you stole a stainless steel Bull Brand burner.
Yes. That's a heck of a lot more than 7 felonies.
And as you testified earlier under oath, you told you testified that you'd been to prison before, right?
Yes.
And you met with, again, Detective Geyer and Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020.
Yes.
And during both the meetings with the two detectives, you told them you owned multiple guns.
Multiple. I own 3.
Okay? And you told each of those detectives on that day about each of those guns you owned.
Yes.
And you also told both of those detectives that you had been to prison.
Yes.
You told them that you had been to prison because you were a convicted felon.
Objection, hearsay, and asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
Can you answer the question, please?
Yes.
And yet, at that time, on February 16th, 2020, neither of those detectives arrested you for possession of a weapon by a previous offender.
Nor the other firearm 2 years prior to that.
Correct. And in fact, the DA's office, or let me rephrase that, you were not charged with that crime until January of this year.
Correct.
So nearly 2 years went by,
Yeah.
and no charges for possession of a possession of a weapon by a previous offender.
Correct.
And the exact date that you were charged was February 3rd, 2020.
Correct.
And you are currently facing 3 counts of possession of a weapon by a previous offender.
Correct.
So that means that you are being accused of knowingly possessing, using, or carrying upon your person a firearm subsequent to being convicted for a felony crime.
I wasn't possessing it to aid in a felony crime.
That's not my question. Okay? My question is, let me ask you this. You're aware that each of those 3 counts carries a possible prison sentence of 1 to 3 years.
Yes.
You are also being charged with a 4th count, again, 2 years later, of possession of a Schedule 3, 4, or 5 controlled substance.
An unknown substance that I came straight out and said, yes, they were steroids.
Yeah, we'll get to that, sir. And for that count, you are facing alone, just on that count alone, 6 to 18 months in jail. Sorry, 6 to 18 months.
Yes.
And you are currently facing those charges.
I'm currently, yes.
And you're currently being charged by the same DA's office.
Yes.
The same DA's office that offered you immunity to testify today.
Yes.
And you're aware that this DA's office is in control of any plea bargain to be extended to you.
Yes.
Or whether charges are dismissed before your next court date in September in front of Judge Kopko.
There hasn't been any discussion as far as anything.
But you're aware that this DA's office is the one who gets to decide that.
Yes.
And going back to your conversation with Detective Shaw, you fully owned up to him that you had been to prison.
Yes.
And you told Detective Shaw that you made some bad choices in your life.
Fair, you'd say, yes.
And you told Detective Shaw that the reason why you went to prison was because you, quote, beat the shit out of a guy.
Yeah.
You were telling that?
Yeah, it was a construction job.
Okay. And you also brought that up with Detective Geyer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And you told Detective Geyer that you went to prison because you, quote, beat the living shit out of a man who ripped you off.
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Should I expect charges?
Wait. I'll overrule the objection. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you. the blue noise.
We're working on the white noise. I just want to advise the jury that Ms. Devereaux asked the witness some detailed facts with regard to some type of assaultive behavior. The court's going to find that that information is not relevant. This jury should not consider it during their final deliberations whatsoever. You're welcome to continue, Ms. Devereaux.
Thank you, Judge. So, the bottom line is you told Detective Shaw and Detective Geyer that you went to prison for assault, correct?
Amongst other things, yes.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Your answer is
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit certified copies of convictions. I don't know how the court would like me to do this, but I will start with Defense Exhibit YY. And that's out of Larimer County, 2009 CR 1467. And this one's for the felony convictions.
I'm going to object to this being done in the presence of the jury. I would ask to go on Bluetooth if we're going to do this.
Sure, and just for the record, YY 1 and 2 has already been admitted into evidence.
So this would be YY3.
You can mark it however you want. I'm just saying YY 1 and 2 is admitted into evidence.
Are we going to have white noise? May I approach the court reporter, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, so Mr. Bonnell, we just left off by saying, we're talking about how you told Detective Shaw and Detective Geyer that you were convicted of assault and that's why you went to prison, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did not go to prison for felony conviction related to assault?
I don't believe so. No, it was, I honestly don't think there was that many.
So the answer is you did not go to prison for a felony assault conviction, correct?
No, sir.
Next question.
Thank you. When you were contacted by law enforcement the morning of February 16th, 2020, you were surprised by them. You weren't expecting them.
Correct.
You weren't expecting law enforcement to be knocking on your door.
Correct.
And again, you were asleep the morning of February 16th.
Yes.
And they immediately brought you outside and searched you.
I don't believe they searched me. I mean, I was in my underwear, but...
Okay. When you were searched by law enforcement, they found 22 caliber shell casings in your pocket.
Yes, after I was given my pants, a pair of pants from inside, that's when they discovered them.
And those 22 caliber shell casings that were found in your pocket on February 16th, 2020 were not from a rifle.
I don't believe so, no.
They were from a pistol.
I mean, I don't remember I don't remember where they came from. I don't know.
Do you recall,
I don't think so.
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020 that the 22 caliber shell casings found in your pocket were from a pistol?
Again, I don't remember how many bullets. I don't remember any of that. I just remember getting a pair of pants from an officer.
Okay. So you don't remember today?
Huh?
Your testimony is that you do not remember telling Detective Shaw that.
Well, I don't remember. Okay.
The shells in your pocket came from the pistol, not the rifle. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was so this.
And you had the 22 caliber shell casings from the pistol in your pant pockets the morning of February 16th, 2020, because you had been shooting.
Objection vague is the time.
I will re-ask the question. You told Detective Shaw that you had been target practicing or target shooting on.
Objection vague is the time.
He's not even letting me finish my question.
Why don't you go ahead and finish your question?
Thank you. You told Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that the last time you shot your pistol was the weekend before.
That could have been, yes.
And that you shot your .22 pistol on your property the weekend before.
I believe so.
And first you told Detective Shaw that in your free time, you had made a backstop on your property.
I did have a 50-yard target backstop.
You told Detective Shaw that this backstop was made because you wanted him to know that you had been target shooting safely.
I don't remember having that conversation that I wanted to have it. I wanted to prove to him I was doing something safely, and I don't remember that.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that you don't remember telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020 that you made the backstop because you didn't want to to interfere with anybody and you wanted to be safe.
Yes.
You do recall telling him that?
I do recall that, I believe.
Okay. And then about an hour and 20 minutes into your interview with Detective Shaw, you drew him essentially a picture of the back area of your ranch where this backdrop
Yes.
was. And again, the backdrop that you had made to go target shooting.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
it was a hutch.
And because again, even though you told this jury this morning that you were shooting coyotes to save your chickens, you told Detective Shao on February 16th, 2020, that you were actually shooting at your backstop in target shooting.
Not at night, no. No, I mean, look, I had shot my pistol a couple days before the night of before the 16th. I didn't shoot any coyotes. I've never shot a coyote. I just shot, and all I would do is shoot in the air and scare them off.
Again, that wasn't my question. My question was specifically, you told this jury this morning that the explanation behind the bullets in your pocket was that you had been shooting coyotes to save your chickens. Do you remember that this morning?
I said, I don't know if that's the bullets. I really don't know, ma'am. Like, I don't know. Like, I was given a pair of pants that had bullets in them.
Mm-hmm.
I did not go in and
Sir, my question was, do you remember telling this jury under oath this morning that you were shooting to save your chickens from coyotes?
That on occasion, yes, that's what I would have to do.
And you told this jury that during this whole questioning by Mr. Wren about why you had bullets, 22s, from a pistol in your pocket the morning Miss Frank's body was found.
Wow. I mean, if I said that, then yes. I don't recall having bullets in. I don't even remember having bullets until they pulled them out of my pants. And I don't even know where the pants came. Honestly, the pants were old. The pants were dirty.
Okay,
So I think they came from the
You're
laundry
being no
room.
response. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? I'm going to ask you to only answer my questions.
Sure.
So after you told Detective Shao that you had the bullets because you were target shooting on your backstop, with your backstop, later in the conversation you told him that you actually never got to shoot at your backstop.
I don't recall that either.
Okay? Let's see.
Use an
Backdrop, yeah. So that's where the shoot is.
So it's the kind of the red. And when you shoot at it, where do you?
Well, I never really got to shoot at it. I mean,
Okay.
Maybe go on the
Sure.
So, Judge, just to clarify, is the objection overruled?
Yeah, welcome to keep asking.
Thank you. Okay, so again, you told this jury this morning that the reason why you had the bullets in your pockets the morning Miss Frank was found dead was because that you had been shooting at coyotes to save your chickens, right?
I don't recall, I don't recall saying that.
This morning?
What?
You don't recall telling this jury this morning that you were firing the bullets in your pocket was from firing into the air to scare coyotes from your chickens?
I had said that the reason why I had the gun in the garage and the reason why it probably had bullets in the gun was because I was shooting at coyotes at night.
And again, you told Detective, and excuse me forgive me, Judge, if I've asked this, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page after that interruption, that you told Detective Shaw you had been target shooting at a backstop that you made, correct?
I don't recall, but I just heard
Right.
it, so yes.
And then you actually told Detective Shaw later on that actually that backdrop hadn't ever been completed.
Again, yes.
And rather
I don't
than,
recall, but yes.
you told Detective Shaw that you were going to make a backdrop.
I don't know how I could make one and then not make one.
So is it your testimony today that you don't remember telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020 that you were going to make a backdrop?
I don't recall. I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't recall.
This used to be over here.
Mm-hmm.
When I used to have hogs and stuff, all I did was move it over here.
Over there?
Yeah, I was gonna make a backstop.
Okay, so you were.
And again, you told Detective Shaw after that you said to him, quote, "I've got something to tell you." Remember that?
No.
Okay. And you told him at that point that you had been shooting into the air because coyotes were coming close to your home.
Yes.
And you close enough that you would hear them say, "Yip, yip, yip."
You can hear him. Yes.
And you told you told this jury this morning that you were shooting at the air to scare the coyotes away from your chickens. But on February 16th, 2020, you told Detective Shaw that you were shooting the coyotes because you thought that they were getting your cats, your kitties, as you called it.
Pretty much every small animal.
Okay.
I mean, it just, coyotes, they come in every night.
And you told the jury this morning that you actually did not shoot any of those coyotes. Do you recall that?
I've never shot a coyote.
You never shot a coyote, so it's your testimony today.
Yes.
Okay. And you told Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020 that you went outside and shot one of those son of a bitches.
I don't recall. I mean, I remember shooting at a fox.
Okay.
Okay, and we couldn't find it for like a week. Well, the coyotes come in close.
Okay.
And we hear yip, 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 yip. So, they get in close, and this is after I noticed the cats were freaking missing. Well, I was like, fuck. So I'm pretty sure that, in fact, I don't know if Jenny was with me or not, but I remember going outside and fucking shooting that son of a bitch at 22.
When?
You then told Detective Shaw that you also had people come out to your house to shoot, practice target shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you even indicated at one point, or that again, that's why you were designing the backstop. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you specifically said that you didn't have or you were going to build the backstop so that you didn't have to shoot into the side of a hill.
Correct.
And you told Detective Shell that, or let me ask you this, despite shooting at the ground or the in the air, the coyotes, you made it a point to tell law enforcement that or Detective Shell specifically, that you don't target shoot.
No.
Sorry?
No.
No, you won't.
I mean, I would, but I never really had a target range.
You just testified that you would, but you don't have a target range.
I was building in in fact, it's actually, it was a 3-sided shed, is what it was, and had some railroad ties inside of it. That was the backstop.
You also gave Detective Shaw that same day a different reason for having the casings in your pocket, the 22 casings in your pocket. You told Detective Shaw that you used your 22 to shoot prairie dogs in your cornfield.
So I will sustain the objection. If you want to lay a foundation, you're welcome to.
Again, you told the jury this morning that the 22s in your pocket found the morning Miss Frank's body was found was because you were shooting in the air to scare the coyotes away from your chickens. Do you remember telling them that this morning?
Yes, I remember saying that.
Okay. And you told Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you were using the 22 to try to get prairie dogs.
Objection vague as to time.
I don't know.
There wasn't any.
Why don't you try to specify the time?
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you used the 22 a couple of times, you didn't specify how many, to try to get prairie dogs?
I could have said that, yes.
So even though we've heard a couple of different explanations as to why you had the 22 casings in your pocket the same day Heather Frank's body was found, you made it a point to tell Detective Shaw that the law enforcement would not find a bunch of bullets on the property.
I don't remember saying that, but I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Shaw on February 16, 2020, I can tell you I don't have a bunch of riddled bullets in the side of the hill. I just don't, man?
In the side of the what?
The side of the hill?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't remember
Yes,
that?
I remember saying that.
And you also made sure to tell law enforcement that you were not a gun guy, right?
No.
And now let's talk about when you last shot the gun. So, okay, one moment. You told this jury this morning that you had last used the 6-shooter to save your chickens a couple days before Miss Frank's body was found on February 16th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You told, okay, that was your testimony this morning. And you told Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020, that you had last shot the weekend before.
Yes.
And you told Detective Shaw that you knew the last time you shot was not during the week.
My gosh, I don't recall.
Okay. And February 16th, 2020 was a Sunday.
Okay, yes.
I'd ask at this time under 201 the court take judicial notice that February 16th, 2020 was a Sunday, please.
I will do that pursuant to Rule 201. I'm going to give a court reporter a break. How much longer do you have for your cross-examination?
Quite a bit longer.
All right. Why don't we take a 15-minute break?
Thank you.
And I want to instruct the jury that until the trial is completed, please don't discuss this case with anybody. Please don't do any independent research, and please do not form or express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back about 3:15. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, partner. You go.
Ready to go? Okay, we are back on the record. In People versus Kevin Eastman, we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Bonnell is at the witness stand. Mr. Bonnell, I want to remind you, you're still under oath, and let's bring the jurors in. Candy, we can bring the jurors in. When the jurors come in, if everybody can please rise. Okay, welcome to be seated. And you're welcome to continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon again, Mr. Bonnell. So where we left off, just so we're all oriented and you're clear as to my questions, you had, again, testified this morning on direct examination that you had last shot your gun a couple days before February 16, 2020.
Yes.
And February 16, 2020, as the judge took judicial notice, was on a Sunday.
Yes.
And so a couple days before a Sunday would have been during the week, correct?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Again, I'm just making sure I lay up the foundation because the next thing Mr. Wren will say.
I will rule the objection.
Thank you. But you told Detective Shaw, specifically on February 16, 2020, that you knew the last time you shot the .22 was not during the week.
I don't recall, but
Okay.
we can.
I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, fuck, it's, you know, maybe it was, no, it wasn't even a weekday, it had to have been the weekend.
The flat.
And Detective Shaw asked you a second time how recent or when the most recent time you shot your gun was. And you told him a week ago.
Yes.
Are you saying yes? So I just asked you the next question, or are you saying yes because you remember telling Detective Shaw that?
It's a long time ago, ma'am.
I certainly understand. That's why I'm asking that.
I really don't have all those answers for you. I know that, to me, a couple days, there's a lot of hours in a couple days. You know, I mean, I'm sorry if I misjudged a day or, you know, I mean, I know that I had shot the pistol. I know that when I said a couple, it wasn't that day. So, you know, I apologize for not having this specific date, if it was during the week or if it was on the weekend. I never really gave it that much thought, to be honest with you.
You never gave it that much thought despite being asked about a dead lady being found on your property and you having 22 casings in your pocket.
I can appreciate that, okay? However, I did not put the shell casings in my pocket. I don't remember
That's not my question.
I just don't
I'm going to
remember
ask
that
the question. Okay, so if you don't remember, we're going to play the video, okay?
Okay.
When?
Well, it happens all, I mean, I've done it a few times.
Okay, when's the most recent time?
About a week ago.
About a week ago?
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, I couldn't.
And immediately after Detective Shaw, again, you talked to Detective Geyer, and he also asked you if you had shot a gun recently.
Yes.
Again, you told this jury this morning under oath that you shot the gun within a couple days before February 16, 2020. Do you remember that?
I mean, you've played played the clip for me.
No, I'm asking about your testimony this morning. You told this jury under oath that you last shot the .22 only a couple days before February 16th.
Well, I don't even have an answer for that. I don't feel like this is like.
So I'm not asking you how you feel.
Yes, I guess I did say that, yes.
And so when you talked to Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, you told him that you shot the gun, quote, way over a week ago.
Yes, you've asked, yes.
You were also asked by Detective Geyer, just like you were this morning, when the last time you saw the weapon, the gun, on your toolbox in your garage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told this jury this morning that you last saw the .22 firearm that went missing a couple days before February 16th, 2020.
Because to my recollection, I thought that was the last time I shot it.
When you spoke to Detective Geyer on February 20th, 2020, you told him that you last saw the firearm a week beforehand.
Again, I apologize for not being as accurate.
And you told Detective Geyer that you were not sure if the last place you saw your .22 pistol was in fact on top of the tool chest in the garage.
I don't think I said I'm pretty sure I remember saying the last time I saw my pistol was on top of the tool chest.
Okay. And you also told Detective Geyer that although you thought the last place you saw the .22 was on top of the tool chest, it was not in plain sight.
No, I don't believe it was. It was tucked in amongst a couple of extension cords, I believe.
You did not have the .22 pistol in plain sight where someone would have walked into your garage and known that the gun was there.
Are you asking me if I would see it or somebody else would see it? I don't think that's, I didn't have it sticking straight up out of the deal, but if you looked at the toolbox, I showed you guys when you guys were there exactly where I put it. You guys put a mock pistol there. Like, it was pretty apparent where it was.
Do you remember telling Detective Porter on February 27th, 2020 that the firearm was not in plain sight, and that in plain sight where someone would walk in and say, oh, there's a gun?
I don't believe that somebody would walk in and say, oh, there's a gun. You would have to actually be looking at my toolbox to be able to see it.
So you do recall now telling Detective Porter on February 27th, 2020 that the gun was not in plain sight where someone would walk in and say, oh, there's a gun.
Correct.
And as of February 16th, 2020, you had owned the gun for less than a year.
I didn't own it. I've never owned it. It was my father's.
Okay.
I've never owned that gun.
As of February 16th, 2020, you only had that gun in your possession for less than a year. I don't recall. I don't recall because I don't recall the date. Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 20th, 2020 that you had only had the gun for maybe less than a year?
Again.
Yes or no, sir? Do you remember?
I don't remember saying that.
You know about it before. You ever shoot a hideout? You ever tell you about the gun? Did you ever tell them, hey, if you need anything?
Because I just got it. I actually only got the gun for maybe, let's see.
I think you cut out. It's okay, we exited out of it. Can you play the last part of that again?
You know
know about it before. You ever shoot a coyote? Let's see.
Okay. Mr. Brown, now I'm gonna, because that last word was important, I'm gonna show you a transcript of that, okay? Your Honor, do I still have permission to approach?
Yes.
Just need to see the timestamp on this is 55:16 to 55:27. Just so you know, you can see this is a transcript of your interview dated February 20th, 2020. And the last word of that sentence was, quote, or you said, no, because I just got actually, I only had the gun for maybe less than a year. Is that correct? Right here?
Yeah, just. Yeah.
And again, that's important that you only had the gun for less than a year because you had previously testified or told Detective Shaw that Mr. Eastman hadn't been on the property to work for you in a year.
Objections.
Objection speculation as to what's important and what's not.
Why don't you reword the question?
Sure. Mr. Eastman hadn't been to the property to work for you in a year.
Prior to what?
February 16th, 2020. Or February 15th, 2020. When
It
he
was
appeared.
Again, we've talked about that one before, and I thought it was 4 or 5 years prior to that.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Shaw on February 16th, 2020 that Mr. Eastman worked for you a year ago?
No. There's no way. He worked for Clearwater.
Literally nobody's business.
Is that what he did for you, mechanic work?
Yeah.
Okay. When did he work for you?
So it's gonna be, man, bro, I want to say a year ago.
How long did he work for you?
Yeah.
And Mr. Wren earlier this morning asked you some questions about a phone call you made to Miss Edmonds the day of February 16th, 2020. Do you remember that this morning?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. That wasn't the only phone call you had with Miss Edmonds on February 16th, 2020.
Okay.
You, again, were in the Weld County Sheriff's Office for an interview.
Yeah, and I was also released to go to the hotel. That's when I called her to pick me up to take me to the hotel.
You spoke to Miss Edmonds before that as well, didn't you?
I spoke to her the day that, the night that, or whatever, the morning that she went home.
Mm-hmm. So between the time that Miss Edmonds left your property and that phone call conversation, and after you were released from the Sheriff's Department, you spoke to her
Yes.
at the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, because I was getting ready to my hotel room.
So it's your testimony. It's your testimony today that the conversation that you had with Miss Edmonds on February 16th, 2020 at the Weld County Sheriff's Office was regarding you getting released in a ride.
Well, yeah, I needed a ride, yes.
And again, you were in the middle of a conversation with a detective about a homicide when Miss Edmonds called you the first time.
Yeah, she was wondering if I was done.
Detective, it was when you were speaking with Detective Shaw about Mr. Sessions' death.
Say it again?
The phone call came when Detective Shaw was discussing with you their investigations as it related to Mr. Sessions' death.
again, she was calling to see if I was done.
That wasn't my question. Okay, so I'll ask it again, and if you don't remember, we can watch the clip and refresh your recollection.
Ask again.
It was during the point of the conversation when Detective Shaw was telling you, or the phone call occurred during discussions about Mr. Sessions' death with Detective Shaw.
Wow. Let's watch the clip.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sorry, I just don't recall, man.
That's fine. Do you remember your question now?
Yep.
Okay.
Timing wasn't the most impeccable timing, but I'm pretty sure she was calling to ask if I was ready to go.
So again, the
Had nothing to
timing
do
of the
with
phone.
Scott Sessions' death.
Let's
It had nothing to do with the fact that he was discussing Scott Sessions' death. I mean, she knew.
So let me ask the
She
question.
knew that I was going to.
Sir, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right. My original question was that the timing of the phone call occurred when Detective Shaw was met, where the two of you were discussing Scott Sessions' death, generally.
Yes.
Okay. And despite or you would agree that that was a important conversation?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not every day a homicide detective is talking to you about a murder,
If
right?
I was free to answer the phone too, right?
That's not my question.
Oh.
Okay. So you agree that it's not every day a homicide detective is calling you or is asking you questions related to homicides?
I in no way would ever downplay something like that.
Okay. So despite being in the middle of the interview with Detective Shaw about a homicide, you answered your phone with your girlfriend.
That's what it appears, yeah.
And as you just testified a moment ago, she was calling because she was worried about where you were.
No, not where I was. She was wondering if I was ready, if I was going, because she knew I didn't have a vehicle.
Okay. And she knew where you were because you had texted her before even getting to the sheriff's department to let her know where you were going.
Correct.
So you gave Miss Edmonds a heads up before speaking to detectives that you were going to the sheriff's department.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
And you testified a moment ago that the context of the conversation, or the gist of the conversation between you and Miss Edmonds at that time was arranging rides, correct?
It was what?
Arranging a ride or transportation from the sheriff's department?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was
You had her on
needing a
speakerphone?
ride, huh?
You had her on speakerphone?
I had her on speakerphone?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Okay. And you immediately told her when answering that she was on speakerphone.
Well, I probably didn't want to hear,
Yes or no, sir?
I mean, I'm sure, yes.
And you told her immediately that you were with an investigator from Larimer County.
I told her immediately what?
That you were in the presence of an investigator from Larimer County investigating a homicide.
Okay, sure.
And you also
Yes.
you also told her during that conversation that Larimer County had reason to believe Mr. Eastman had something to do with a homicide.
I think we better watch that one.
So is it your testimony today that you don't recall telling
My testimony is that I don't remember, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I would he indicated he doesn't remember. I would ask whether or not his memory can be refreshed, and if it can't be, immediately jumping to the clip is hearsay.
It is.
Would it refresh your recollection to view the clip?
Sure.
Okay. Can I approach again?
Yes, you don't have to ask.
Thank you.
I didn't hear anything. Oh.
Yes, it's a technical issue. I'm just trying to look for you real quick. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
So again, you told Miss Edmonds during that phone conversation that Larimer County had reason to believe that Mr. Eastman had something to do with a homicide.
Yes.
And you also told Ms. Edmonds that day, quote, as you know, my involvement with Kevin was trying to give him a fucking job.
Yes.
You also gave Miss Edmonds a heads up that the detective would be getting in touch with her.
Miss Edmonds at the time was a pretty critical part of the business.
So that's not my question. No offense, I'm not asking about your business.
No offense
right?
taken, I'm just
asking you, yes or no, you gave Miss Edmonds a heads up during that phone conversation that a detective would be reaching out to her.
Yes.
And you also
I've been open book about the whole deal.
You also told Miss Edmonds, quote, we hung out last night. I told him, meaning Detective Shaw, that you came over and we hung out.
Yes.
And at that point, you were asked to conclude the conversation by Detective Shaw.
I was asked to do what?
To conclude the conversation by Detective Shaw.
Okay, yes.
And you mentioned, do you need a break? Okay. You mentioned, or the topic of Miss Edmonds came up with Detective Shaw after that conversation.
My memories, I don't remember that. but
And in fact, while explaining to Detective Shaw that the 22 casings found in your pocket the same day Miss Frank's body was found on your property, you explained to Detective Shaw that Jenny may have been with you when you were shooting the coyotes.
possibly.
Yes or no?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Miss Edmonds was with you when you...
I don't recall.
You don't recall if Miss
I really
Edmonds was...
don't recall.
Let me ask the question, please, okay? You don't recall whether or not Miss Edmonds was with you when you were shooting the 22 at the coyotes?
Yes, I don't recall. And I said she could have been.
Okay, that's not
So
my
I
question.
didn't, I just don't recall, man.
Okay. So to clarify, it would have, do you recall telling Detective Shaw that Jenny may have been with you when you were shooting at the coyotes?
I'm not clarifying anything. I just don't recall.
Okay. Permission to impeach at this point? Sure. Thank you.
I just don't remember.
Okay. And we couldn't find her for like a week. Well, the coyotes come in close. And we hear hip. So, they get in close, and this is after I noticed the cats were freaking missing. Well, I was like, fuck. So I'm pretty sure that, in fact, I don't know if Jenny was with me or not, but I remember going outside and fucking shooting that son of a bitch, that 22.
When?
And you testified a moment ago that the only time you spoke to Miss Edmonds, again, was about arranging transportation from the Sheriff's Department, right?
I don't think I was even arranging transportation, really. She was just asking me if I was done.
Okay. You testified a moment ago that you contacted Miss Edmonds after being released from the Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
And as we saw, you talked to her during the interview as well.
Yes.
And in fact, you actually talked to her twice during that interview.
Well, she called me.
That's not my question. You talked to her twice during that interview, correct?
Correct.
So you actually talked to her twice before you left the Sheriff's Department.
I told her I was going down to the police station.
That wasn't my question. My question was that you talked to Miss Edmonds twice before you even left the Sheriff's Department.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I just don't.
So we just watched one, correct?
Yeah.
And the second time was after Detective Shaw excused himself from the interview room.
Yes.
Detective Shaw left the interview room to speak to one of his bosses.
Yes.
And Miss Edmonds called you again.
Yes.
And you answered again.
Yes.
And at that point, you let Miss Edmonds know that you were still at the Weld County Sheriff's Office being interviewed.
Yes.
And you also made sure to tell her that there was, quote, some major shit happening.
Yes. I'm pretty sure we just covered that, but yes.
And although Detective Shaw had just asked you to conclude the conversation with her, you let her know that a body was found on your property.
Well, yeah.
Yes or no?
That was said.
Okay. And you also told Miss Edmonds that you were in an interrogation room.
Oh, yes.
And you made sure to tell Miss Edmonds that you knew you were on camera at the time.
Oh my God. That's a pretty big deal. So the fact that I told her what was going on, I think that she was probably
My question
concerned.
is, you told Miss Edmonds that you were in an interrogation room and you knew that the camera was on you.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes. I mean.
So, next question.
Yeah.
Yep. You also told Miss Edmonds that the first time that all you were trying to do was give Kevin a fucking job.
Yes, yes.
And you told her also that you just let Mr. Eastman unload his, quote, fucking tools in the garage and he took off.
Yes.
You also told Miss Edmonds that Mr. Eastman did not interrupt the two of you and that the two of you were just, quote, doing our thing.
That he did not interrupt?
Yes. The two of you doing your thing.
During the middle of the night?
So I asked the questions. My question is, and I'll be clear, you told Miss Edmonds during this conversation that Mr. Eastman did not interrupt the two of you and that the two of you were just, quote, or you said, and I quote, you and I were doing our thing.
Yes.
And this was all during the second conversation that you had with Miss Edmonds before you left.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a secret to me. So.
You also told Miss Edmonds that you were like, quote, where you been, bro, to Mr. Eastman.
Okay, yes.
And you told Miss Edmonds the two of you were, quote, like, what the fuck, when Mr. Eastman randomly appeared on February 15th.
I don't recall that.
Did it refresh your recollection to listen to another clip?
I said, okay, so just say what did I say again?
Sure. You told Miss Edmonds that when Mr. Eastman finally showed up, quote, you said to I'll rephrase this. You said to Miss Edmonds, quote, when he finally showed up, you know, I was like, fucking where you been, bro, you know.
Yes.
And you also told Miss Edmonds that law enforcement asked you about a pistol.
I don't remember that. I don't even remember the conversation, to be honest with you.
Would it refresh your recollection to listen to another clip?
Sure. So I'm not going to agree to it if I don't remember it.
That's fair. Okay, we're going to refresh your recollection. We have all the video and transcripts.
Sorry, I'm just...
Okay, that's how we make them.
I feel like we're a little...
Is your memory refreshed now?
I think it does, yes.
Your memory is refreshed now? Yes or no?
I remember, yes.
Okay. So you
I remember
told...
her asking what was going on, too.
So you told Miss Edmonds during the phone call that law enforcement was asking you about a .22 pistol.
During that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. I really don't remember, man.
You just watched the clip, correct? Is it your testimony today that you did not tell Miss Edmonds, quote, they asked me about my fucking pistol, like my .22 pistol that my dad gave me?
Yes.
And you also told Miss Edmonds that your dad had given you that pistol.
Yes. I wasn't my dad, it was my mother, but same.
Is it your testimony today that you did not tell Ms. Edmonds on February 16, 2020, that it was your dad who gave you the .22 pistol?
It was my dad's pistol.
So that's not my question. Do you remember telling Ms. Edmonds on February 16, 2020, that your dad gave that .22 pistol to you?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
There's no buts, though.
Mr. Wren asked you questions this morning concerning your burn pit. Do you recall that?
Concerning what?
Your burn pit?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And you told this jury this morning that you used it to burn trees, weeds, and dead limbs. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And you also burned household trash in that.
Yes.
You burned household trash in that to avoid using waste management.
Correct.
Because you were frustrated with the company.
Correct.
And you had been using the burn pit to burn household trash instead of using waste management.
Yes.
And again, you met with these DAs and Detective Jerry Porter on December 17th, 2021. Yes or no?
Yes.
And again, it was a witness prep meeting.
Is what?
They were preparing you for your upcoming testimony.
Yes.
And you told these DAs and Detective Jerry Porter on December 17th, 2021, that you actually never burned anything.
I had probably a year's worth of trash and limb and trees and what have you that had built up. I never even obtained a burn permit until that recent.
In fact, you told Detective Porter, these DAs, on December 17, 2021, that you hadn't used the burn pit yet, and you had 6 months of trash built up.
Correct.
But when you spoke to Detective Schall on February 16, 2020, you were also asked about the burn pit.
Correct.
And Detective Schall, or you were asked, by Detective Schall, when the last time you burned any trash was.
Correct.
And you told Detective Schall on February 16, 2020, that you last burned trash a week prior.
I don't recall, but I know it was like a long time. I hadn't even burned any trash yet. And when I got the
So my question was, let me ask you. So you told Detective Schall on February 16, 2020, that the last time you burned trash was the week prior.
Oh, sure, yes.
Are you saying sure just to appease me, or do you remember telling Detective Schall
I don't
that?
remember saying that, ma'am.
Okay.
But I also have 6 more months of trash that needs to be burned right now. So, I just don't.
And again, no offense, I do not care about your trash right now. I'm asking you a very pointed question, okay? Do you recall telling Detective Schall on February 16, 2020, the last time you burned trash?
I don't remember saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
And just to be clear, I want to make sure
I just don't remember that.
That's fine. And then you also told him on February 16, 2020, that you burned trash specifically on the weekend. Do you recall that?
No. It's whenever I had the burn permit.
Can you see it again? Do you remember?
That appears that's what what I said, yes.
And to confirm this, Detective Shaw asked you if the last fire on your property would have been the weekend before. Do you remember him asking you that?
No.
And you confirmed with Detective Shaw on February 16, 2020, that the last fire you had on your property, the burn pit, was the weekend before.
Well, I just heard the clip, so
So yes?
yes. I just don't remember that, but
And you also told Detective Shaw that the last time you were burning trash was when you were with Jenny.
I don't remember that either.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's,
Would it refresh your recollection to you another club?
no. Yes.
It would not, yes or no?
No, I just don't, ma'am, I just really don't remember.
So if you don't, we have plenty
It's
of
been
clubs.
if I say 2 years.
So the question is whether Ms. Devereaux showing you the clip would refresh your memory. That's the only question.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you remember your question?
That's what was said.
So the question, I'm sorry, was whether or not your memory is refreshed.
Sure, yes, I don't think Jenny burns trash, but I don't know, maybe she was with me in my travels.
So again, you told Detective Shaw on February 16, 2020, that the last time you were burning trash was when you were with Jenny.
Yes,
And because of that, you thought that the last time you burned trash was during the week.
I mean, I just don't recall.
Okay, would it refresh your? Do you recall telling Detective Detective Shaw, that on February 16, 2020, that Jenny didn't normally come to your property on the weekend?
I could have said that, yes.
And so because of that, and because Jenny was the last person you were with when you burned trash, you thought that the last time you burned trash was during the week.
Again, I don't recall that, ma'am.
Okay. And again, you told these DAs and Detective Porter that you never actually burned trash. And you told them that on in December of 2021, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Again, laying foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. And when you met with Detective Mark Geyer on February 16, 2020, the second detective, he asked you the same question.
Okay, I don't recall that either.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection?
Sure. I'm really sorry. I'm not trying to be. Yes. But
So again, Detective Geyer also asked you on February 16, 2020, when the last time you burned trash was.
yes,
And you told Detective Geyer that you last burned trash on the Monday beforehand.
yes.
And Detective Geyer also asked you questions about whether or not someone else was present when the last time you burned trash.
Prior to all this stuff, yes,
And you specifically remembered again that Jenny Edmonds was present with you the last time you burned trash because you remembered she brought her kids to the property.
yeah, I said maybe, I didn't recall.
You specifically remembered that Miss Edmonds, that you had trash in the back, of a buggy, and that her kids wanted a buggy ride.
Yes, not burn trash.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe that the kids were burning trash, so.
That wasn't my question. The question was that you knew Miss Edmonds was present the last time you burned trash because you remembered her kids were there and they wanted a buggy ride.
I don't recall that, but it's fine.
Would it refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your memory refreshed again?
Yes. I'd honestly,
So I'll ask a question, okay?
it probably was the day that I had the burn.
So I'll ask you a question. That's how this works. I ask a question, then you answer, okay?
Yep.
So again, is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
So again, you told Detective Shaw on February 16, 2020, that you knew Jenny was there when you last burned trash because you remembered her kids being there and wanting a buggy ride.
Yeah. Yes.
And you were also asked by Detective Geyer if you knew of anyone else who burned if anyone else knew that you burned stuff out there. Do you remember?
Asked me if I knew anybody?
That was a bad question. I'll rephrase it. You were also asked by Detective Geyer whether anyone else knew that you burned trash out there.
Objection, hearsay.
So also state the objection.
I'll move on. Another topic, well, let me ask you this. You had an employee by the name of Armando Gallegos, correct?
Yes.
He was essentially a ranch hand for you.
Correct.
And you told Detective Porter and these DAs back in December 2021 that while you may not have burned any trash, Mr. Gallegos may have.
Objection, hearsay.
State.
Armando.
I'll rephrase that question. So you, again, had this, another worker besides Mr. Eastman?
Prior to Mr. Eastman,
Yes.
Armando was there. I think he had left. Here again, I don't under oath, but I'm pretty sure it was several months before he had left before any of that stuff that happened.
Yes.
So he did burn ditches. He had burned some stuff that was in the burn pit, but it was mainly trees and shrubs and stuff like that.
But again, your testimony today is that you did have other workers besides Mr. Eastman leading up to Mr. Eastman's employment with you in February 2020.
What was the last part of your question?
In February 2020.
No, other workers besides Mr. Eastman.
Leading up to Mr. Eastman's employment in February 2020.
I since 2020, no, I have not had any employees.
Leading up to 2020.
Yeah, Armando worked for me for like 7 years.
And despite Armando working for you for 7 years, when Detective Geyer asked you on February 16, 2020, if you had any workers, you said no.
I don't recall that.
You told Detective Geyer on February 16, 2020, that you've only had 2 trucks your whole life.
Semis, yes.
And you told Detective Geyer back on February 16, 2020, that you tried to do it all yourself.
That was the goal.
That you, when he specifically asked you if you had any workers, you said, quote, "It's usually me."
I didn't have any CDL drivers. I had Armando that was a ranch hand.
So when Detective Geyer asked you any other workers you ever had during the time frame, and you said, quote, "It's usually me."
I mean, I tried to do it all, yeah.
And it was at that point you were confronted by Detective Geyer as to why you didn't mention Armando beforehand.
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
Armando, there's no way I would have omitted Armando
Okay.
just for the sake of it. I mean, he was a mainstay there, but he left a few, I want to say a few, maybe more months before.
So it's your testimony today that you would never have left out or failed to mention Mr. Armando Gallegos.
Say it again? Was what?
So it's your testimony today that you have would have never failed to mention or leave out in your conversation with
I
Detective
don't
Geyer.
recall that, man. I just don't recall saying that, but
Okay, would it refresh your recollection?
that nobody's ever worked for me? Maybe as a CDL driver.
Okay, so it's your
I
testimony.
apologize, I just don't remember that. But,
Okay, would it refresh your recollection?
no, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, I remember. I don't remember saying it, but I mean, I don't know why I would leave that out.
question?
I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear anything the whole entire time?
Nothing the whole time.
Okay, let's try it again.
Put it on speaker.
I don't think the court's gonna let me do that. Or Mr. Wren.
I try to read it.
I heard it.
Oh, there's more.
Oh.
Do you remember your question?
Yes, so no.
Let me ask the question, okay?
Okay, so Detective Geyer asked you if you had any other workers in general during the time frame for the last year, correct?
The way I just heard it was any other people in Kevin's capacity that was working for me, and that would be a no.
Okay. And then the question I asked was that Detective Geyer confronted you about not telling him about Armando Gonzalez
That's
before.
correct.
And you told Detective Geyer at that point that you've had probably about 50 people work for you.
Yeah, and I've been in business since 90.
And it was when you were having this conversation with Detective Geyer about the bird pit and not disclosing, about the conversation with Detective Geyer about failing to disclose Armando Gonzalez, that you randomly said the burn pit wasn't a big deal.
It was or wasn't?
Was not.
At that time, no.
Even though the context of that conversation was about who had worked for you beforehand.
Yeah, I was referring to someone in Kevin's capacity. That's like what it said.
You testified this morning. I'm sorry?
I apologize.
That's okay.
I didn't.
You testified this morning on direct examination that the burn pit was about 350 yards from your residence. Do you remember that?
Give or take.
And the context of Mr. Wren asking you that question was as whether or not you could see the burn pit from your residence. Do you remember that this morning?
From my residence?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was from my bedroom.
So your residence is in your bedroom, right?
Right.
And you testified this morning.
I believe I said you can see the smoke, but you can't see the I don't think you can see the actual burn pit.
Okay. Detective Shaw also asked you how far the burn pit was from your residence. Do you remember that on February 16th?
Sure, yes.
You told Detective Shaw on February 16, 2020, that the burn pit was no more than 100 yards from your house.
Well, I was definitely wrong. So,
Do you recall telling Detective Shaw that?
no, I don't, but there again, I don't remember saying that, but
Okay.
I think the 350 is probably more accurate.
Okay, we'll move on. And you testified this morning that the burn pit was made using a welding hooch, correct?
Yes.
And you had just built the burn pit.
No. No, it was a welding hooch that I had placed there because I was getting ready to burn.
Okay. And you built the burn pit yourself.
It's not really, I didn't really build anything. It's just a hole in the ground. It's where everybody's been burning for.
And it's a hole with 3 metal sides, right?
Right, but
And you used a welding hooch to make it.
I understand. But the burn pit itself is probably the size of this room. The hooch was a welding hutch that was set on the edge of the fire to keep the flames from spreading. That's all that was.
And so you built that yourself,
No, I
correct?
did not. I did not.
Do you recall telling Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, that you built it right?
I don't remember saying I built the hooch.
Do you remember telling Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, that you scraped all the way around with your skid loader so that you didn't have sparks and crap like that when you built the burn pit?
That's fair, yes.
And again, you told Detective Geyer on February 16th, 2020, quote, I did it right.
I believe so. Built.
I built is what you said.
I piled up some dirt around the pile of trash, yes.
And you also used the skid loader.
Yes.
And I want to switch topics of conversation here a bit, okay? You, throughout the course of this case, have been very frustrated about how long this case has taken, right?
As far as the courts are concerned, I don't really have any say over that.
Okay.
I think for myself, I think there's frustration there. I've lost my business and so on. So yeah, I would. That's a fair assessment.
And you've been very upset about how this case has impacted your business and your finances.
I would have to agree with that.
And in fact, leading up to this time period of February 16th, 2020, you were experiencing some financial issues yourself already.
Well, not really.
Okay.
I mean, I believe it started with COVID.
Okay.
And then it just kind of dominoed after that.
So it's your testimony today that your financial crisis or issues did not start until after this case when COVID hit.
No, I mean, every business has ups and downs. Okay, I was surviving. I made it through. I mean, COVID was. They shut down every drilling rig for a while. So that took a hit.
So Detective Porter called you on February 26, 2020. Do you remember that?
No, but yes.
He called you to arrange a visit to come to your property on February 27th, 2020.
Okay, yes.
And when Detective Porter called you to arrange that, you started the conversation by venting to him about your finances.
On the phone? In that order? I could have been.
Okay. You vented to Detective Porter that you had to sell your entire, quote, fucking everything you've ever owned because of your ex-wife, Cynthia Bonnell.
Prior to, I've had all numerous challenges.
You had to sell everything you owned because you owed your ex-wife, Miss Bonnell, $5,000 a month.
No, I mean, I still pay that.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Porter on February 26, 2020, on a phone call that you had to sell everything you owned because you owed your ex-wife $5,000 a month?
I don't recall that, but I owed her $125,000. That was just alimony.
Are you approaching him for a reason?
Refresh your recollection to listen to a clip.
Sure.
Sorry, Judge. Mr. Montgomery, refresh
Yes,
now?
I do. I wasn't blaming Mr. Porter, but
I have no doubt you were not blaming Mr. Porter for your financial issues. My question was, you told him on February 16, 2020, that you had to sell everything you owned because you owed your ex-wife, Ms. Bonnell, $5,000 a month.
I'm sure it felt like that, yes.
Did you say that or not, sir?
Sure, yes.
You just listened to that, right?
Yes, but I think things get taken out of text a little bit, but it's okay.
And you also told Detective Porter on that day that your business went from making $350,000 a year to less than $100,000.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we're going with this, so unless you can explain, we're going to find under Rule 401 that this is not relevant.
Can we have a Bluetooth, please?
Yes.
Thank you. On February 26, 2020, you told Detective Porter that you were almost bankrupt.
Yes. Still am.
And again, you told this jury this morning that your phone number was the one ending in 8324, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked, as we talked about with, by Detective Shaw, whether or not that was your only cell phone.
Yes.
You did not tell this jury this morning that you also had a phone ending with a phone number ending in 0376.
That was for a, excuse me, that was for a tablet through Verizon.
And again, you were specifically asked by Detective Shaw.
But it wasn't a phone. I'm sorry, ma'am. It wasn't a phone. It was a number that was attached to a tablet. So I was asked if I had any other phone numbers. I associated that with a phone. I didn't realize that Verizon attached a phone number to a tablet.
And that phone number,
later clarified.
that phone number was also, again, the phone number ending in 0376 was also associated with a silver iPhone in a red case.
Okay, that phone was not.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And you also had another phone around the same time ending in 4587.
That was attached to a GPS device for the trucks.
It was actually attached to a track phone that you bought.
Okay.
And a track phone that you bought and provided that phone number to a Mr. Mario Romero. Yes?
Yes.
And you bought that phone number because you didn't want law enforcement being able to know anything you were saying about this case to people you talked to.
I didn't say that.
I didn't hear that.
Relevance.
I didn't say that.
Wait, when there's an objection, I need to answer it, okay? So that's okay. I'll overrule the objection. You're welcome to answer the question.
I mean, no, that wasn't the purpose.
The purpose of that track phone that you bought was because you did not want law enforcement to know who or what you were saying about this very case and investigation.
That's not what the phone was intended for.
Wait. So,
No, it wasn't.
in order to do my job, when there's an objection, I need to talk, okay?
Yeah.
So the objection was asked and answered, so I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you bought that track phone from Walmart.
Correct.
And again, you specifically, or let me ask you this. You bought that track phone immediately after law enforcement completed the search warrant on your property on February 18th, 2020.
I don't know if it was immediately. I remember. Go ahead.
Do you recall telling your ex-wife, Cynthia Bonnell, that you bought the new track phone because you did not want the police in your business?
I did not say that.
Okay, so why don't you repeat what you said, Mr. Wren? I couldn't hear it because the witness was talking when I'm supposed to be talking.
Objection, hearsay.
So I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
So it's your testimony today, just because I want to make sure for when later, or for the record, that you did not buy the new track phone because you did not want police in your business.
That's my, yes, that's what I'm saying.
And when you met with Detective Geyer, or let me ask you this, you admit to buying the track phone, correct?
Yes.
But when you met with Detective Geyer and Detective Porter on December 29th, 2020 in a parking lot, you specifically told those detectives, quote, I don't have a fucking track phone.
I don't recall that either.
Did it refresh your recollection?
Sure. I do remember seeing that, yes.
So again, you told two detectives working on a homicide case that you didn't have a fucking track phone.
Again, I don't know if it was, I don't remember saying it, but I just saw it, so I don't, that wasn't the purpose of buying a track phone.
That's not my question. You told two detectives working on a homicide case that you quote, I don't have a fucking track phone.
Okay.
And that was about 10 months after you went out and bought a track phone.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes. I think it was, I think maybe I don't know, I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember. I think it was on for maybe a few months.
And this topic of how much means of communication you had also came up with Detective Porter on February 27th, 2020, when he returned to your residence for a second time that day. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
And you told Detective Porter that nothing ever changed, that you had the same phone number.
Yes.
And you told Detective Porter that if you were a, quote, dipshit, you would, quote, probably have 10 different fucking cell phone numbers. Yes or no?
Sounds accurate.
And again, you told Detective Porter, a detective working on homicide cases, that you had only had one phone number.
Yes.
And you also communicated using an application called Signal.
I don't think I really, I've downloaded lots of different apps that I've never used.
And you used the application Signal to communicate on your phone.
I don't recall.
On February 16th, 2020, you used the Signal application to contact Mr. Eastman's phone at 8:23 a.m.
Again, I don't recall that. I was shown, I guess it was a phone call. I think Jerry had showed me.
And you know what Signal is, correct?
It's a phone dialing app.
It's an application where you can communicate with someone in secret.
I don't think it's that secretive, but I don't remember. I use my phone number. I text conventionally. I don't have different kinds of secretive apps. I really don't.
When you met with these DAs and Detective Porter in December 2021, you were asked about your use of the Signal app. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told them, even though you just told this jury that you use conventional methods to text, you told these DAs and Detective Porter that you had thousands of text messages between two apps, the Signal app and WhatsApp.
No way. No way. I've never even had WhatsApp.
So it's your testimony today that you did not tell Detective Porter and these DAs in December of 2021,
remember, ma'am.
let me finish my statement.
Sorry.
In December of 2021, that you had 2 applications for text messaging, Signal app and WhatsApp.
I don't remember that, ma'am. I don't even think I sent 1,000 text messages, period.
Okay. And yet, despite having the Signal app on your phone, you, when you met with Detective Guy and Detective Porter on December 29th, 2020, you were asked about the use of the Signal app.
Yes,
You were shown a picture.
yes.
And you said in response to that, quote, "What is fucking Signal?"
Yes,
And that you told these detectives you didn't even know what Signal was.
I didn't. Or WhatsApp.
Okay, one moment, please.
Yeah.
When talking about not knowing certain technology, you do know how to, sir, record someone on your phone, correct?
Yes,
And so if you're around someone, having a conversation like you and I are, you know how to press the record button and record the conversation.
that's correct.
And
I also remember asking Jerry Porter if he knew of an app that would allow me to do that.
so your testimony today is that you asked Detective Porter how to record someone on your phone.
Yes,
And
that's when I recorded you guys when you came up to my property.
so during that conversation, I believe you're referring to was on February 27th, 2020, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you had that conversation with Detective Porter because Mr. Eastman's daughter had
Actually,
called.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Actually, it was through a phone call. I wanted to find out how could I record a phone, like when somebody would call, not just in person. But I believe that was the actual question that I had for.
And that topic came up because Mr. Eastman's daughter had called you.
No,
So it's your testimony today that during a visit with Detective Porter
it was
on,
because of his sister.
I'm going to ask the questions, okay? Still doing it that way. So on February 27, 2020, during the second visit with Detective Porter that day, you mentioned Mr. Eastman's daughter calling you.
Yes, I did.
And it was at that time that Detective Porter told you you could record a conversation.
I believe so.
And again, that was on February 27, 2020, correct?
I believe so, yes. He actually didn't really state which app or anything. He just said that if I looked, there's apps out there that would allow that.
And that conversation again happened on February 27, 2020.
I don't recall the date, but
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to view a transcript of that interview?
sure.
Okay. Can you approach again?
If I could see what you're going to refer to.
It's 25 feet. approach? May I approach? Bill?
Yes.
Right, sir. So this is a transcript of your second interview. You can see the date is February 27th, 2020. It's you and Detective Porter. And I'm going to direct you to timestamp 2442 to 2559. You want to read it? No. Let me know when you're done. Do you remember your question now?
Yes.
So again, the context of which you were, this whole idea of bringing up recording conversation happened in response to Mr. Eastman's daughter calling you, correct?
No, in fact, the real reason why I had asked Mr. Porter was because I had received a threatening phone call.
Okay.
And I just remembered, so that's exactly why. And I had called Mr. Porter and told him about the phone call. And that was the same day that we talked about the signal.
And that was on February 27th, 2020.
I believe so, yes.
Right? You told Detective Porter on February 27th, 2020 that you've never recorded someone before.
That I never what?
Recorded anyone before.
No, not on a phone call, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, as you testified a moment ago, you actually recorded myself and other members of Mr. Eastman's defense team only a few days after you were arrested or brought to the Sheriff's Department on February 16th.
Okay, it wasn't a phone call though. It was.
Yes or no? You recorded us, right?
Yes.
And you recorded us without us knowing.
There was good reason.
You recorded us without us knowing, correct?
Without what?
Without us being aware. You did not tell us you were recording us.
Objection, relevance.
Yeah,
I will conclude my questioning with that. Thank you.
the parties could go on Bluetooth, please.
Mr. Bunnell, when did you first learn that the body of a deceased female had been located by police on your property?
It was on this, would have been on the 16th.
Okay. During that interview with Tyler Shaw?
Yes.
And that was some time into the interview.
Yeah.
Hours.
What was that?
Hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
What was your
at least 3-4 hours maybe.
What was your response to that?
Objection, hearsay.
What was his response to the information?
It's hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement.
Mr. Wren?
I'll lay a little bit more foundation.
Thanks.
Was that the first time you learned that a deceased body had been located on your property?
Objection, asked and answered is his first question.
Overruled.
Yes. Yes, that's the first time.
And was that a startling piece of information to you?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you respond with
I was pretty upset.
anger?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you respond immediately to Detective Shaw upon being informed of that fact?
Yes.
Why were you angry?
Well, I felt like I was deceived.
By whom?
Whoever dumped the body. I mean, yes, I was upset. I wasn't expecting that. So.
And what did you say in response?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, I believe it's an excited utterance under the case that the parties in the court have recently discussed. And when an individual is confronted with an accusation or startling information such as this.
So if you want to lay a foundation for that hearsay exception, you're welcome to.
And I believe it has been laid at this point.
If you want to lay more foundation, you're welcome to.
Okay. Did you respond while you were still under the stress of learning that startling information?
Yes.
Okay. And did you respond immediately to learning that startling information?
So I believe you laid the proper foundation out.
Okay. And do you recall what you said to Detective Shaw upon learning that information?
It was probably a what the fuck, or I can't believe this shit, or I'm sure it was. I'm sure I dropped some F-bombs.
Do you recall exactly what you said?
I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Bunnell, can you describe for us how good of friends you and Mr. Eastman were in, let's say, February 15th of 2020?
I mean, I felt like we were friends.
Okay.
Yes, I felt like, he's obviously sharing information about his girlfriend, or his ex. I hadn't seen him in quite some time. I had a friendship with him. Except for the working relationship, but.
Was it such a good friendship that if Kevin Eastman had asked you to help him cover up a murder by driving a dead body up the Poudre Canyon, that you would have done it for him?
No way.
Objection, outside the scope of cross-examination.
Overruled.
Were you such good friends with Kevin Eastman on February 15th, 2020 and into the 16th, that you would have assisted him in trying to cover up a murder and prepare to burn a body on your property?
No.
You have been asked a lot of questions on cross-examination where you said you couldn't remember.
Yes.
During the time frame that has been discussed, so let's go back to the beginning of February of 2020. Did you document every phone call that you made with Kevin Eastman?
No.
Okay. Did you document exactly when you expected him to be arriving?
No.
Did you document at that time every time that Kevin Eastman arrived at your house?
No, I did not.
Did you document every time you and Kevin Eastman talked in the week leading up to February 16th of 2020?
No.
Did you document every time you fired your .22 pistol?
No.
Did you document every time Jenny left your house and what time it was?
No, I did not.
Did you document whether you had burned trash on a given day or month or week?
I did not. Excuse me.
You were asked on cross-examination about a pending case that you have currently that deals with, or where you are charged with, the possession of the steroids as well as possession of weapons by a previous felon. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have I or my office given you any deals or made any offers to you regarding that pending case in order to request your assistance in testifying here today?
No.
Prior to this trial starting, and really you taking the witness stand today, you and I have talked one time, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was on the meeting that we had in preparation for the earlier trial date that was supposed to occur at the beginning of January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then COVID came along and it got kicked back.
Yes.
And so in the middle of December, I think the date's been repeated as December 17th of 2021, we met with you in anticipation of that trial going forward a couple weeks later. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, we had learned of some phone record analysis that the FBI had done. Is that
Objection
right?
leading.
Why don't you ask some non-leading questions?
We confronted you, or did we confront you with some information that we had learned with respect to phone analysis at that time?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Did we ask?
Yes.
Okay. And did we ask you whether or not you had been in the area of Heather Frank's home on February 11th at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you think back to that week at that point and provide us with an answer?
I believe I did.
Did we also then ask you if you had seen Kevin Eastman that week prior to the 15th, or the night before the police came to your residence?
Yes.
Okay. And did we tell you that based on this analysis, the phone records or location indicate that you and Kevin Eastman had been together on 2/12, and asked you how do you explain that?
Correct.
Okay. And did you think back to that week and provide us an answer?
I believe so, yes. I don't really recall, but I think it probably would have
Objection, speculation.
recalled something.
So again, I don't want you to guess or speculate. If
Yeah,
All right.
I don't recall.
Next question.
Okay. Did we explain to you that we were going through these details because it was very important to get to the truth before we went to trial?
Yes. Oh. Yes.
Would you characterize that meeting as fairly confrontational?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Sir, did you have any reason to kill Scott Sessions on February 8th or February 9th?
No.
Were you involved in that death in any way?
No.
Or the cover-up of that death?
No.
Turning to 1 week later, February 15th into the 16th, did you have any reason to shoot Heather Frank twice in the chest?
No.
Were you involved in that act?
No.
Did you have any reason to cover up that murder?
No.
There have been a lot of questions about when the last time you saw Kevin Eastman was or employed Kevin Eastman. We've heard you state initially that you thought it was 2016. Well, you testified that you thought it was 2016 as you sit here today 2.5 years later. Is that right?
Yes.
Back in 2020, you said that you thought it was like a year prior to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
As you've had time to think about which one it is, as you sit here now, which do you believe to be accurate?
Objection, speculation.
I honestly,
Overruled. Can you answer that question?
yeah, I can't.
Okay, next question.
Okay. Did you employ Kevin to work on your trucks at more than one time?
Yes.
Did you employ him to work on your trucks in 2016?
I believe so.
Did you also employ him to work on your trucks, even if it turned out to be 4 or 5 days in 2018 or 19?
I believe so.
You were asked in cross-examination about the same theft-related incidents that I had asked you about on direct examination. And Ms. Devereaux went through each of those, correct?
Yes.
And those were from that 2009 to 2011 time period, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those circumstances, you were caught, correct?
Correct.
And you pled guilty to each of the acts that you have been convicted of, is that correct?
Yes.
Knowing that you were going to go to prison as a result.
Correct.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Okay, ultimately you've testified that you recalled Kevin Eastman coming to your house on 2 different evenings. The night of the 11th and again on the night of the 15th, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. As you sit here now today, do you recall on which occasion Jennifer Edmonds was present? Was it the earlier one or the later one?
The later. Latter.
And was it the earlier visit or the later visit in which he deposited the tools in the east side of your garage?
It was the later. Latter.
You were asked on cross-examination about a couple phone calls that you had while you were in the interview room at the Will County Sheriff's Office on February 16th, initially talking to Detective Shaw and later talking to Deputy Geyer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about receiving talking to Jennifer Edmonds twice, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you call her or did she call you? Do you recall? Do you remember?
I believe I called her on the way down.
Okay.
And then I think she called me during the interview.
And then you talked about another phone call where you were asking her to pick you up. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so was that a separate third call? If you can remember?
I don't recall, but it very well could have been. Yeah.
You talked about some bullets in pants that you were wearing. Did you ever see those pulled out of a pocket or anything?
Objection. This has been asked and answered on direct examination multiple ways, multiple times.
And raised on cross, and so I'll overrule the objection.
That means you can answer.
Oh, I never. I mean, I seen him in his hand.
Okay.
I believe.
Where was that?
It was out at the police car.
Okay. Before you left your house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was done with those?
They were taken, I guess.
By
Objection,
whom?
speculation.
So are you guessing?
Oh no, I mean the officer.
So I'll overrule the objection. You can answer.
Yeah. So they were taken from me, from my pocket.
Okay.
I was searched before we went down to the station,
Right.
and then he felt them in my pocket, pulled them out, and then that was the last I seen him.
Okay, help me understand the sequence here. You said on cross-examination that you were taken out of the house in your underwear
Yeah.
and placed in a patrol car. Is that correct?
I was placed on a stool on the porch initially, and then from there I went to the car.
Where were you when you were given pants from inside the house to put on?
I believe I was inside the car.
Okay. When did the search occur then?
The search occurred from my property.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
The search of the pants.
It was right before we left for the police station.
Were they already on your person by then?
Yes.
So you were in the car and the pants were brought to you in the car?
Correct.
And then you were searched
Yeah.
while in the car before you were driven to the police station. Is that correct?
And I believe it's because I had different clothes on.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
And you said you saw these items in somebody's hand. You don't remember if it was a male or female officer?
I believe it was a male.
Okay. And did you see exactly how many items were in his hand?
I don't recall. I want to say maybe I don't know. I don't recall. 4 or 5.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you recall what these items were exactly?
Bullets.
live or spent or
I believe they
something
were.
else?
I thought.
Wait, is there an objection?
I don't recall, Your Honor.
Now it's objection speculation.
Okay, next question.
Well, it's not speculation. The answer is he doesn't recall.
Okay, next question. I didn't overrule or sustain. The question was answered already. How much longer do you think your redirect's going to be? I'm just trying to gauge when to send the jury home. I'm not sure how long.
Maybe a minute or two, Judge.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Yep.
And did you see what was done with those items after they were in that person's hand?
No.
Were they put back into your pocket?
Objection asked and answered.
So I'll sustain the objection.
You were asked on cross-examination about your phone call with Jennifer Edmonds while you were in the interview room on February 16th. And you said that you told Jennifer Edmonds that the police would be getting in touch with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Deputy Shull that told you to tell her that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then he asked you to terminate your call with her?
Correct.
If I could have just a moment.
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Devereaux, do you have any cross-examination? And if so, how long is it going to be?
It's probably longer than the court or the jury or anyone else here would like. So I think it may be a good time to stop and come back tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay, and so the court is going to be in recess. I would like to get started tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, please do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. Please do not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Please do not gain any information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. I appreciate your time, and we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to be seated. Any other issues before we recess?
Just that I would ask this court to remind Mr. Bonnell of the sequestration order.
Yeah, so Mr. Bonnell, it's really important that you not discuss your testimony with anybody, whether it's another witness or somebody else who's not a witness. Once the trial is over, you can discuss all of your testimony with whoever you want, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Wren? Mr. Zale?
So, Judge, I cannot be here in the morning. I can try to find coverage. I can tell the court I have 2 o'clock court here. I will be in Greeley in the afternoon. I know that's not ideal, and I apologize for that. I have something at 10 o'clock in Boulder that I can't miss.
And are you appearing by WebEx in Boulder?
It's a witness interview of a witness that's leaving town on Thursday that I can't miss.
And you have to be there at 10?
I have to be there at 10.
Physically or by WebEx?
Physically. I have to physically be in Boulder at 10 o'clock.
Okay. So I guess the other option is to do recross-examination of Mr. Bonnell out of water.
And I'll be back up here later in the afternoon.
how do the parties feel about it? And I'll let the jury know that we would continue his testimony for recross-examination when Mr. Zale's available.
Can Mr. Zale appear via WebEx here? I mean, it's also being broadcasted live on YouTube, so I'm not sure why he can't watch it unless he wants to be specifically present for Mr. Bonnell, or if...
I mean, how am I to know if he is wanting to say something contemporaneously?
A WebEx?
I already indicated that I'm not utilizing WebEx, nor am I watching this live stream.
Given that, I don't have an objection to doing it when Mr. Zale is present. I don't think we have a basis. I think Mr. Bonnell has his right to have his lawyer present, have a full conversation with him, so.
Mr. Wren?
I don't have an objection to that unless we can figure out another solution. It'd be my preference to finish up with Mr. Bonnell and not take him out of order.
Right. Yeah, in the perfect world, that would be great. But he does have a right to have his lawyer present during his testimony. So why don't the three lawyers confer? I'm okay with whatever you decide, as long as we do it tomorrow, so that way it's fresh in the juror's mind. And there may need to be some flexibility on your part, Mr. Zale, tomorrow afternoon.
I can make myself available and be up in Greeley by 12:30.
Right, and so how long do you think recross-examination is going to be?
25 minutes to 30 minutes.
Okay,
maybe?
so that's a pretty good sense of what you think, what it's going to be, Mr. Zale. So you guys talk it over, let me know. I just need to let Mr. Bonnell know what time to appear on his subpoena.
Can we have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
So I do want court here. I can deal with that. This is like this judge security stuff. Sorry about that. So, I can work with it. That's it. But I can clear it.
So if we started here at 1:15, should be done maybe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And then if the clerks go out with divisions and conflict? I'm sure the clerks are really good about communicating.
Yeah. I mean, if we could start it right after lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, I can ask. I can ask for that. I can ask Mercy if he's going entirely of my favor. He may still be in court. I'll see if you guys just want to do like an email chain tonight, and I can get it.
So should I have Mr. Bonnell show up at 1:15 tomorrow? What I don't want to do is break up somebody else's testimony to finish his. I want to completely finish a witness before we start his testimony.
What we're talking about is whether or not it would be possible for him to get somebody else in his office to assist Mr. Bonnell first thing in the morning, and he was going to look into that. So I think it's premature to have him return in the afternoon at this point. Is that fair?
I was going to ask if Mr. Merson could cover. I don't know if he's still.
Can you call him real quick?
He might still be in sentencing.
What's
The sentencing upstairs that we're doing. Mr. Merson was there. And Mark's, yeah. I don't know if that's.
So why don't I have Mr. Bonnell appear at 8:30 in the morning? In the event you can't get coverage, we'll have him come back at 1:15.
That sounds good.
As long as our subpoena also can be continued to that day and time, because we have him under subpoena too.
Yes, Mr. Bonnell, I'm going to continue your subpoena until 8:30 tomorrow morning. Speak to your lawyer, because I'm sure he's going to try to arrange coverage with his experienced partner, Mr. Merson, okay?
All right. If I could ask one additional question for accommodation. Is it possible to have Mr. Zale appear by WebEx tomorrow morning and lock everybody else out of WebEx except Mr. Zale?
We can certainly do that as well.
To have Mr. Zale present for the whole testimony?
Yeah, I could have WebEx on and lock everybody else out.
I guess my only concern there would be like he doesn't have an ability to like.
It would be very inconvenient to try to do a breakout session or to make a phone call. It definitely will be awkward. mean, the preference is to have him physically present, but I'll make any accommodations that you want me to make this efficient.
Well, we went a whole day and Mr. Giselle didn't have to speak up once. So
Right.
presuming that we're now limited to.
Why don't we just keep it at 8:30 in the morning for Mr. Bonnell to show up? Let's see if Mr. Merson can cover. If not, we'll figure it out tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
Does that work, Mr. Wren?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll be in recess till 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your time. You're welcome to step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. And you want to email both of us?
Yeah. No, I haven't.
Thank you, Amy. Sorry for keeping you late.
Troy, I'll you with us tomorrow?
I'm not sure, I'm going to find Cheryl.
You're not going to tell me that you're ready to later. I'll call you.
All right, have a good night, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Is it on your card? Yeah. Had a really big, does Mr. Wren have your email?
What?
Let me, mine's just from, Yes.
Bye-bye.
Also, Merson has my
No, honestly, though, they're eyeball
Facility. Daily.
Did Lawrence get finished?
No, they're still on the record, so I was just checking. Yep, I was just checking. The sentencing argument was done early, and then they took a 10-minute recess, and then